Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape!
Oh no!
I have thee now! More heal! I cannot fall!
Do not falter!
Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Ah! I shall not prepare thyself! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Much better!
Have care!
More heal! I cannot fall! Not today! I have thee now!
Bravo! Have care!
I have thee now! Not today!
Oh no!
Thou shalt not escape! Oh!
Well done! Hero!
No! Thou shalt not escape! No mercy! Much better! Much better! Thou shalt not escape! No mercy! No mercy! Thou shalt not escape! Yeah!
Oh no!
Ah! Ah! Oh! Thou...
No!
No! Thou shalt not escape! No mercy! Much better! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Ha! Much better. I have thee now!
Oh no!
Oh! Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Fight
escape!
Oh no! Well done! Hero!
Shall not fall!
Thou art a hero indeed! Have care! Oh no! Thou art a hero indeed! Have care! Thou art a hero indeed! Thou art a hero indeed! Have care! Oh no! Oh no!
Much better! Ha!
Oh no! Thou art a hero indeed! Bravo! Have care! Have care!
Not today!
Oh no! Bravo! Well done! Oh no! Oh no! Bravo!
Thou shalt not escape!
Oh no!
shalt not escape! Not today!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Bravo! Have care! Oh no!
Much better! Not today!
Have care! Have care! Thou art a hero indeed!
Much better!
Bravo! Thou art a hero indeed!
Thou shalt not escape!
Bravo!
Not today!
Have care!
Much better!
Have care! Thou art a hero indeed! Oh no! Bravo! Well done! Well done! Bravo!
not escape!
Oh no! Oh no! Thou art a hero indeed! Oh no!
Much better.
Have care! Oh no!
Ha! The end is nigh!
Thou art a hero indeed! Well done!
Prepare thyself!
Thou art a hero indeed! Bravo!
Not today!
Bravo!
That's all. Excellent. Sorry. That's fine. So that's
Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Well done!
I have thee now!
Have care!
Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Well done!
Ah! No! Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Prepare thyself! Much better.
Have care! Thou art a hero indeed! No!
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape!
Have care!
I have thee now! Much better! Much better! Much better! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Shall not fall!
Hero!
No!
Hero!
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Much better!
Bravo! Thou art a hero indeed! Have care! Hero!
No! Fizzle! Thou shalt not escape!
Oh no! Oh no!
I have thee now! Much better. Prepare thyself!
Excellent!
I shall not prepare thyself!
Please, no!
Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Oh no! Oh no!
Mid-heal!
Have care!
Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Oh no!
The end is now!
Excellent!
The end is now!
Bravo! Hero! Hero! Hero!
Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Much better.
Well done!
I have thee now!
Have care!
Much better. Much better.
Bravo! Have care! Oh no!
Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Have care! Oh no!
Ha!
Please,
Thou
no!
shalt not escape! More heal! Thou shalt not escape!
That crumbling lighthouse is a 134-year-old death trap perched on an unstable cliff. I'm calling 911 before it collapses and kills
Thou shalt not escape!
The voice belonged to Cordelia Blackwood, and her fuchsia pink blazer whipped violently around her ocean wind as she stood on my property at 6:30 a.m. Today,
Much better.
figure of the lighthouse that had guided ships safely through these waters since 1889. Her designer went on doors all around her neck, like someone with a maritime surveillance equipment, and the way she gripped her phone suggested she'd been planning this one for weeks. $3.8 million lighthouse property. Federal navigation aid since 1889. Guys, $2 billion in partnerships daily. What she didn't know was that Navy destroyers navigated by my lighthouse beam every single day. Federal agents have been monitoring for illegal
Much
resource
better.
My name is Decker Whitman, and 8 months ago, I inherited something that would change everything about this exclusive coastal community. But that morning, watching Cordelia dial 911 while salt spray from waves 200 feet below misted across the granite cliff face, I looked like exactly what she thought I was. Just another lighthouse keeper who'd inherited a liability. The irony was
Bravo!
here was a
The
woman
end is nigh!
Oh,
laser calling emergency services about a structure that had never failed in its duty. While behind her, construction equipment for her $47 million resort project sat illegally positioned in
Mid-here.
federal maritime security zones.
Much better.
Also, the lighthouse's Fresnel lens, sending fractured rainbows across her perfectly manicured wall. And I could see the exact moment she decided I was
Happy now.
911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice carried across the cliff top. This is Cordelia Blackwood, president
Thou
of
shalt not
the
escape!
Owners Association. I'm reporting an immediate structural hazard that threatens public safety. Her voice took on that particular tone wealthy people use when they expect their complaints to be prioritized. There's a lighthouse that's clearly unstable. The owner refuses to address public safety violations, and I have every reason to believe it could collapse at any moment. I stepped out of the lighthouse keeper's cottage, coffee mug in hand, and watched this performance with the detached interest of someone who can see far more souls.
Thou shalt
The
not
cottage
escape!
itself was built directly into the cliff face, almost 3 feet thick, designed to withstand Pacific gales that would reduce her resort construction to splinters. The structure hasn't been properly inspected in decades, she continued, making sure her voice carried loud enough for me to hear every word. Yesterday I witnessed structural vibrations during high winds, and there are visible cracks in the foundation.
thou art a hero
This lighthouse
indeed!
fails, something to
Excellent!
which the tourists of the beach below. Visible cracks in the foundation, a woman standing 50 feet away, and the lighthouse
More
foundation
healed!
was carved directly into
More
solid
healed!
granite bedrock. But Cordelia had spent 13 years as HOA president, and 13 years of unchallenged authority had taught her that reality was negotiable if you spoke without conviction. The dispatcher asked for specific details about the structural concerns, and Cordelia launched into a prepared speech about maritime safety being non-negotiable in their premium resort community. She mentioned environmental impact assessments, geological surveys, and emergency evacuation plans, with the confidence of someone who, in technical terms,
Thou
filed
shalt not escape!
Oh
What she
no!
didn't mention was that her 47-unit luxury resort project required an unobstructed ocean view to justify $8 million in-house units, and my lighthouse sat directly on the sightlines of her most expensive properties.
Oh
It was
no!
crisp and clear, the kind of Pacific Northwest weather that makes millionaires buy clifftop real estate without considering that those same cliffs
Thou
federal
shalt not
navigation
escape! Thou shalt not escape!
Seagulls searched the lighthouse and its sparrows, their cries mixing with the distant sound of foghorns from cargo ships following shipping lanes. My lighthouse had worked for over a century. Sir, can I ask your name? The dispatcher had apparently asked me to identify myself while I was observing Cordelia's theatrical performance. Decker Whitman. I'm the lighthouse keeper and property owner. Mr. Whitman, are you aware of any structural issues with your lighthouse? I looked up at the white
shall
tower
not
of
fall!
120 feet above the granite cliff. Its automated beacon housing functioning perfectly. Its foundation carved from the same stone that had withstood Pacific storms since the Mesozoic era.
Much
No,
better!
ma'am, there are no structural issues. This lighthouse was built by the
Do
Army
not
Corps of
falter!
Engineers in 1889 and has been continuously maintained according to federal standards. Cordelia's face went through several interesting color changes. He's lying to you. I have documentation of multiple violations. This man has refused all HOA inspections and emergency compliance measures. The dispatcher asked me about HOA and some local homeowner associations. There was a emergency dispatch center. I could figure out the jurisdictional hierarchy between HOA residents and federal navigation aids. We'll send a county building inspector to assess the situation. Dispatcher
Thou shalt not escape!
Have care!
It's all with the satisfied expression of someone who just won the first round of a chess match. She tucked her phone into her blazer pocket and turned to face me for the first time since I'd inherited it. Mr. Whitman, I tried to get this chance. The Coastal Bluffs HOA
Have care!
with your transition period. She gestured toward the lighthouse as if it were a rusted carnival ride. But maritime safety is non-negotiable in our exclusive community. Her choice of words was interesting. Maritime safety, not structural safety, public safety, not specifically maritime safety. That suggested she'd done at least some research into federal regulations governing lighthouses. Clearly not enough research. Mrs. Blackwood, this lighthouse operates under Coast Guard oversight, non-HOA jurisdiction. It's been guiding ships safely through these waters for 134 years. That's exactly the problem. Technology has advanced, Mr. Whitman. Modern ships use GPS and radar. They don't need much better century depth traps teetering on shore. She adjusted her binoculars with the air of someone accustomed to surveying the territory she considered her domain. Maybe it's the kind of
Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Tourism to our community. The wind picked up, carrying salt spray from the waves crashing against the cliff base 200 feet below. From my peripheral vision, I could see construction equipment at Cordelia's resort site.
Have care!
Been operating without permits for 3 months.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Shall not fall!
I understand you have a business interest in ocean views, I said carefully, but federal navigation agents can't to accommodate private development. Her laugh was sharp enough to cut granite. Federal navigation aids require federal oversight, Mr. Whitman. When was the last time anyone from the Coast Guard actually inspected your lighthouse? When was the last time you submitted operational reports or maintenance logs? It was a good question, and she knew it. Most people who inherited lighthouses had no idea about federal requirements, federal protections, or federal consequences. Most people would be intimidated by her apparent knowledge of maritime regulations.
Thou shalt not escape!
Critical error in her research. She'd assumed that I was most people. Before I tell you how, I need you square in about protecting my lighthouse. Smash that like button if you've ever had neighbors who love and control the ocean itself. Hit subscribe because this clifftop story has more drama than a single story. And if this lighthouse beacon of justice is bright today, that thanks button really helps keep this story shining. Quick question for the lighthouse keepers out there: where are you watching from?
Thou shalt not escape!
The county building inspector arrived 5 minutes later, driving a pickup truck that looked distinctly uncomfortable navigating the winding cliff road to the lighthouse. Inspector Raymond Hutchins stepped out with the weary expression of someone multiple times. Judging by the way his shoulders sagged when he saw her waiting with a manila folder full of documentation. Mrs. Blackwood, he said with professional patience that deserved hazard pay, what seems to be the issue today? Raymond, thank goodness you're here. She
Thou shalt not escape! Much better!
Please, no!
This lighthouse represents a clear and immediate danger to public safety. I've documented multiple structural violations, operational irregularities, and complete disregard for community safety standards. Inspector Hutchins looked up at the lighthouse, then at me, then at the waves crashing harmlessly 200 feet below us, then back at Cordelia with an expression that suggested he was calculating retirement possibilities. Sir, you see any documentation you have regarding this structure's legal status and maintenance records? I pulled out my phone and showed him the federal lighthouse registry record, Coast Guard lightless navigation, and the deed that clearly identified the property as an active federal navigation. Inspector Hutchins reviewed everything carefully, while Cordelia provided running commentary about how documents could be forged and how criminals were getting more sophisticated these days. Mr. Whitman, everything appears to be This is a federal lighthouse under Coast Guard jurisdiction. County building codes don't apply to federal navigation infrastructure. The look on Cordelia's face was like watching
Thou shalt not escape! Much better!
shattering her mouth opened and closed several times without sound, like a fish that had suddenly found found itself in air instead of water. That's impossible, she finally managed. I would have been notified. The HOA has to approve all structures in our community. This is clearly some administrative oversight that needs investigation.
Fine form!
Inspector Hutchins said with barely concealed exhaustion. Mr. Whitman, is this lighthouse under federal protection? It predates your HOA by over a century. Making false reports to 911 is a crime, and if you continue to harass him, you could face charges. But Cordelia Blackwood wasn't the type of person who accepted defeat, especially not in front of the tourists who'd started gathering on the beach below to watch them move to the table. She pulled herself up to her full height, which was still several inches shorter than me, in her designer heels, and she clearly thought it was a killer blow. Fine, but as HOA president,
Please, no!
Thou shalt not escape!
Required this work from federal authorities. Every single community regulation to the letter. Maritime safety is not negotiable or exclusive. I'll be watching every
Well done!
result of community authorities and legal action. She spun on her heel and marched back. A black medium Inspector Hutchins watched her go, the expression of a man who'd rather be anywhere else on the planet. Word of advice, he said quietly enough that only I could hear. Document everything. She's filed complaints against every president. It's been years.
I shall
Fine
not!
form!
Just for her faults. Good luck, and welcome to the neighborhood, I guess. As his truck disappeared down the cliff road, I noticed something interesting. Several people had come to their houses along the coastal access road to watch the spectacle, but none of them looked surprised. They looked tired, the kind of tired that comes from
Thou shalt not
the same
escape!
exhausting person for years, without hope of relief. An elderly man walking his dog.
Much better!
He gave me a smile that seemed to say, "Welcome to the neighborhood. This is what we deal with." A younger woman jogging past with earbuds and actually slowed down to give me a thumbs up. We were both standing up to Cordelia's latest performance.
Thou art a hero indeed!
And I could hear the distant rumble of construction work on Cordelia's resort site. 47 locations, each one is
Much better!
in construction between wealthy guests and their pristine horizon.
Oh no!
That I've overseen federal maritime security briefings about
Thou
her
shalt
construction
not escape!
for 3 months. What she didn't know was that her resort was being built within Coast Guard helicopter approach paths. What she did know was that the authority commissioner in fast-tracking her permits was under federal investigation for corruption. But mostly, what she didn't know was that I wasn't just some lighthouse keeper
More
who
heel!
inherited a liability.
More
I was a
heel!
former Coast Guard navigation specialist, first class Decker Whitman, 12 years of service, active security clearance, and direct communication authorization with every federal maritime agency from Sector San
Thou
Francisco.
shalt not escape!
My father had been lighthouse keeper here for 37 years before his death 8 months ago. But my father had also been a former Navy.
Thou
and
shalt
he
not
really
escape!
understand that some responsibilities transcend property ownership.
Have
The
care!
lighthouse wasn't just my inheritance. It was my duty station.
Thou art a hero indeed!
This cottage crackled to life at exactly 9 a.m., as it had every morning for the past 8 months. Beacon Point Light, this is Coast Guard Sector San Francisco, conducting daily operational checks. I walked into the cottage and picked up the microphone. Sector San Francisco, this is Beacon Point Light, all systems in operation, visibility, wind southwest at 25 knots. Copy Beacon Point, lighthouse operational status confirmed. Any maritime traffic or navigation concerns? I looked out the window toward Cordelia's construction site. Pile drivers were hammering foundation supports directly into the underwater approach path.
Much better! Thou shalt not escape!
Emergency rescues. Sector San Francisco, be advised there's ongoing construction activity within your helicopter approach corridor. Response. Beacon Point, can you provide specific coordinates and nature of construction activity? I gave them the GPS coordinates of Cordelia's resort.
Have care!
Described
Much
a
better.
driving operation that had been ongoing for 3 months without proper federal permits. The Coast Guard operator asked for my federal identification number, which I provided, along with my security clearance number. Beacon Point,
Thou
federal
shalt
maritime
not
security
escape!
has been monitoring that construction project. We'll coordinate with appropriate agencies, maintain lighthouse operations, and interference with navigation systems. After signing on, I made myself another and consider these events. We had to try to use local building codes to shut down the federal
Thou shalt shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape!
To report imaginary structural anomalies. She'd threatened legal action for community violations that didn't apply to federal law. What she
have
had
thee
to do
now!
was research who she was actually dealing with. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. Mr. Whitman, this is Janet Willoughby, your neighbor 2 miles south. Saw the excitement this morning. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call. Cordelia destroyed 3 families and figured out who the light victim. I saved the number and considered calling her. Lighthouse radio. Beacon Point Light, this is Coast Guard Cutter Steadfast requesting navigation assistance for approach to Sector San Francisco. I handled the navigation coordination, providing current weather conditions and confirming lighthouse beacon operational status.
Have care!
A white speck against blue water, following shipping from my lighthouse since before all radios existed. After the radio check, I climbed the spiral staircase inside the lighthouse to inspect the beacon housing. The Fresno lens was a masterpiece of 19th century engineering, 6 feet in diameter, composed of dozens of precisely cut glass prisms that focused the beacon into a beam visible 12 miles at sea.
Thou shalt not escape!
The lens housing hummed quietly, automated systems cycling on their programmed schedule. From the lighthouse gallery, I could see Cordelia's response.
Thou shalt not escape!
It's arranged in 3 crescents following the cliff line, each building positioned to maximize ocean views. The architecture was modern glass and steel, designed to blend with the natural environment while providing every luxury building tourists expected. But the construction was also clearly violating federal maritime security zones. While drivers were operating within 200 yards of the Coast Guard helicopter landing pad, marked on federal charts. Construction equipment was blocking emergency vehicle access to the lighthouse, and the resort's planned marina extension would interfere with the underwater cables that connected my lighthouse to backup power systems. I took photographs of the construction activity, documenting GPS coordinates, and noting specific violations of federal maritime security regulations. Each photograph would become evidence of proceedings Cordelia couldn't imagine. My phone rang around 11 a.m. The caller ID showed Blackwood C. Mr. Whitman, this is Cordelia Blackwood. I've been reviewing the morning's events, and I think we got off on the wrong foot. Her tone had shifted from confrontational to conciliatory. The voice of someone who had spent the last 2 hours consulting with lawyers and discovering uncomfortable truths about federal jurisdiction. Mrs. Blackwood, I'm willing to be neighborly, but I won't compromise the lighthouse's operational requirements. Of course not. I completely understand your position, but I hope you understand mine as well. We've invested $47 million in creating a world-class resort that will bring respectful tourism to our community. The economic benefits alone will transform this entire I can hear construction equipment in the background while drivers still hammering away within federal security zones. I'm sure the resort will be welcome, Mrs. Black, but it can't interfere with federal navigation infrastructure. Absolutely. Just one I'd like to propose a few points. What if we could relocate your lighthouse to an even better position, somewhere with superior ocean views, modern facilities, and access for maintenance? She was offered my lighthouse, a 120-foot tower carved from granite blocks, built into solid bedrock, with underground port cables and foundation systems that had withstood Pacific storms for over a century. She wanted to relocate it like outdoor furniture. The lighthouse can't be moved, Mrs. Blackwood. It's precisely positioned for optimal navigation assistance. Ships depend on its exact location. Mr. Whitman, be realistic. Modern ships use GPS. They don't need lighthouses anymore, or a big emotionally attached to this old structure. But you're a practical man. Let's discuss what it would take to make this lighthouse disappear. She called my lighthouse a fraud. What exactly are you proposing? Full market value for your property, plus a substantial bonus for voluntary relocation. We're talking about enough money to buy any lighthouse you want, anywhere you want. Buy a yacht and live on the ocean instead of just living on it. The offer was interesting, not because I was tempted, but because Cordelia felt desperately she needed my lighthouse gone. $47 million was
Thou art a hero indeed.
lighthouse units, and she was willing to pay full market value plus bonus
Have care!
for a structure that blocked her ocean views. Mrs. Blackwood, the lighthouse is for
Well
sale.
done.
It's a federal navigation aid with specific operational requirements. Her tone shifted again, back toward the steel that had made her HOA resident for 13 years. Mr. Whitman, I've been patient and reasonable.
Oh no!
Financial solutions and trying to work within your constraints. But understand this, my resort project represents millions in local tax revenue, hundreds of jobs, and regional economic development. If you force me to choose between your hobby lighthouse and the economic future of this community, you won't like the resources I can bring to bear. Resources. That was an interesting word choice. Any resources, Miss Eva. Legal resources, political resources, economic pressure, safety inspections, environmental
Thou art
assessments,
a hero indeed.
maritime insurance liability. I have connections to the
Well
state
done.
regulatory system, and they all understand the importance of responsible development. She was threatening me with bureaucratic warfare, safety inspections by officials who owe her favors, environmental assessments by consultants on her payroll, code enforcement by agencies that needed her technical support. It was a comprehensive threat delivered with the confidence of someone
Oh no.
successfully, many times before. 3 families destroyed, according to Janet Willoughby's text message. 3 families
Bravo!
with similar ultimatums. Mrs. Blackwood, I appreciate your position, but lighthouses operate under federal authority. State and local agencies don't have jurisdiction over federal navigation aids. Everyone has a boss, Mr. Rubin. Even federal agencies answer to elected officials. Even lighthouse owners can be replaced if they're not. Even federal properties can be represented hazards. The call ended, leaving me standing in the lighthouse gallery with a much clearer understanding of what I was dealing with. Cordelia Blackwood had 13 years of practice using regulatory pressure to
Bravo!
She had political connections throughout state and local government. She had
Bravo!
extended legal battles and enough influence to make life difficult for anyone who opposed her. What she didn't have was experience dealing with federal maritime security priorities. I phone calls with another unknown number. This time it was Tom Henderson calling from a mile north.
Well done.
This is Tom Henderson. Janet gave me your number. Welcome to the neighborhood and condolences on your father. We wanted to invite you to dinner tomorrow night if you're available. A few of us neighbors would like to meet you. I accepted the invitation, curious about the people who had survived 13 years under Cordelia's HOA presidency. After ending the tour,
Well done.
researching Cordelia's resort project through federal maritime databases. The Coast Guard had indeed been monitoring her construction for months. Environmental permits were stalled pending federal review. Harbor management plans showed conflicts with emergency response protocols. Maritime insurance assessments flagged multiple liability issues. But most importantly, the resort's planned marina extension would require dredging shipping channels as critical infrastructure.
Well
Any
done.
interference with those channels triggered automatic federal review under the Maritime Transportation Security Act. Cordelia's $47 million resort wasn't just violating local regulations, it was potentially compromising national maritime security. At sunset, I climbed back to the lighthouse gallery and watched the beacon come to life. The automated systems engaged precisely at that
Well
spot,
done.
the Fresnel lens beginning its slow rotation, sending lighthouse beams sweeping across darkening waters. Within an hour, I could see ships adjusting their courses to follow the navigation lines my lighthouse moved. A massive container ship appeared on the horizon, probably carrying $2 million.
Thou art a hero indeed.
Behind it, a Coast Guard cutter maintained standard patrol patterns. Further out, barely visible navigation lights suggested Navy vessels conducting training exercises. All of them depended on that lighthouse beam for safe navigation through these waters.
Thou art a
Training
man!
began around 9 p.m. Beacon Point Light, this is Coast Guard Sector San Francisco with an evening operational check. Sector San Francisco, this is Beacon Point Light, all systems operational, visibility clear, beacon functioning normally.
The end is
Beacon
nigh!
Well done.
advised we've received reports of construction activity interfering with helicopter approach corridors. Federal Maritime Security requests full documentation of any ongoing violations. I transmitted the GPS coordinates, photographs, and detailed observations I collected throughout the day. The Coast Guard operator acknowledged receipt and advised that federal agencies were being coordinated response to maritime security concerns. After signing off, I made dinner and considered today's events.
Thou art fool!
Complaints to threats in less than 8 hours. She'd revealed the scope of her political connections and her willingness to use regulatory pressure as a weapon. She made it clear that she considered her lighthouse close to being
Thou shalt not
She
escape!
still didn't know was that I had resources to give.
Have care.
Primary federal authority.
Thou art a hero indeed.
Cultivated over 13 years.
Have care.
The lighthouse beam swept across my closet windows every 20 seconds.
Thou art
years. Ships in the distance adjusted their navigation based on that beam. Cargo worth billions of dollars passed safely through shipping lanes by lighthouse. And tomorrow night, I'd meet the neighbors who survived Cordelia's previous campaigns. The wind was picking up again, carrying salt spray.
Well done!
Never stopped crashing against granite cliffs. Pacific storms could generate 60-mile-per-hour winds and 30-foot waves, but the lighthouse had been built to withstand forces that were little water construction. My phone showed 17 missed calls from numbers I didn't recognize. Probably reporters or officials Cordelia had contacted in the mornings when I got one call. I'd deal with them tomorrow after I understood exactly
Well done!
inherited along the lighthouse. But as I prepared for bed, listening to waves crash 200 feet below, watching ships follow my lighthouse beam across dark waters, I felt something I hadn't experienced in the 8 months since my father's death. Purpose. This lighthouse wasn't just my inheritance, it was my responsibility. And federal navigation aids don't yield to HOA presidents, no matter how many political connections they've cultivated, or how much money they're willing to spend on bureaucratic warfare. Cordelia Blackwood was about to discover the difference between local authority and federal protection. Here's where I need your captain's opinion. If you inherited a lighthouse that guided billion-dollar cargo ships every night, would you let some HOA get down for walking resort views? Or would you stand your ground like a lighthouse in a storm? Tell me what you would have done, because the federal response was bigger than any The next morning, I thought thick enough to slice, but silly like a great blanket that used visibility to only 50 feet. This was exactly the kind of weather that demonstrated that lighthouses existed. And GPS failed. Ships stopped to find safe passage through shipping lanes. I was up at 5:30 a.m. My radio exploded with emergency traffic. Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is cargo vessel Pacific Dynasty. GPS failure, radar down. Requesting immediate navigation assistance. We're running behind in heavy fog, approximately 10 miles southwest of
Bravo!
I grabbed the microphone. Pacific Dynasty, this is Beacon moving light. I have visual bearing 247 degrees. Course correction to bearing 065 degrees to clear underwater obstacles. Maintain reduced speed until you acquire a lighthouse beam. Beacon moving light, we have a partial visual
Well done!
to 065 degrees. Request continuous guidance until clear of navigation hazards. For the next 5 minutes, I guided the Pacific Dynasty through fog-shrouded waters using radio communication and lighthouse beam positioning. The ship was carrying containerized cargo worth an estimated $1.8 billion, including medical supplies bound for manufacturers. Without lighthouse guidance, Pacific Dynasty would have risked collision and it claimed 17 ships since 1850. With lighthouse guidance, they navigated safely to clear water and resumed launch. Beacon Point Light, this is the Pacific Dynasty. Navigation hazard.
Well done!
Assistance prevented potential grounding. Request to log navigation aid performance with Coast Guard. Pacific Dynasty, glad to assist. Safe travels. I just prevented a maritime disaster that would have made international news, destroyed nearly $2 billion in cargo, and potentially caused fuel spills. All because a 134-year-old lighthouse still did exactly what it was designed to do. My phone rang at 7 a.m.
Well done!
Earlier yesterday, Mr. Whitman, I'm very proud of yourself. Your lighthouse beacon kept my guests awake all night and did this fresh. Prices for explosion.
Thou art a hero indeed!
I looked out at the fog, still thick enough that the lighthouse beam was barely visible from the cottage windows. Mrs. Blackwood, the beacon operates on automatic schedule according to federal requirements. It's designed to be visible 20 miles at sea. Well, it needs to be modified. Our guests expect refined accommodations.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Either you install shielding to direct that light away from our property, or we'll file noise and light pollution complaints with every agency that regulates lighthouse operations. Noise pollution, an automated lighthouse beacon. Mrs. Blackwood,
Thou art a hero indeed!
modified to accommodate private preferences. Ships depend on that beacon for safe passage. Don't lecture me about ships, Mr. Whitman. I've lived on this coast for 23 years. Modern cargo vessels have sophisticated navigation systems. They don't need your antique lighthouse anymore. They need powerful sails. The irony is staggering. Ships are flying from the lighthouse beacon the same ring and invented $1 billion shipping disaster in order she could see it. Actually, Mrs. Blackwood, this lighthouse navigation, they would have grounded multiple lighthouse. Modern ships don't use lighthouses. Pacific Dynasty lacks the panel.
Have care!
You can verify the incident.
Have care!
Over this time. Even if that's true, it doesn't change our position. Your lighthouse creates light pollution that interferes with
Well done!
natural ocean views. We're prepared to file formal complaints. With which agencies? Federal Maritime Commission, Department of Transportation, Coast Guard headquarters, environmental protection agencies, and congressional representatives who understand the importance of economic development.
Have care! Have care!
Identifying
Bravo!
some connection to lighthouse operations. But she'd also revealed something important. She was planning to escalate this conflict to the federal level, where her local political connections were very much less real. Mrs. Blackwood, I'd be happy to provide documentation of this lighthouse's operational requirements and federal protection status to any agency that requests it. We'll see about that, Mr. Whitman. The sword federal paperwork is bulletproof. Regulations change, priorities shift. Political pressure matters, even at the federal level. The call ended. This time I wasn't concerned with the threats. And Cordelia wanted to take this fight to
Have care!
She was
Oh no!
strengths. I spent the morning
Thou shalt not escape!
Dynasty navigation assistance, including radio scripts, weather conditions, and estimating current. The incident would be one of the most headquarters, a successful completion of lighthouse navigation.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Around 10 a.m., Lexington government planes pulled up the lighthouse access road. Two guard suits stepped out, identified themselves as the security, maritime security,
Thou art a hero indeed!
Agent Davidson, the senior investigator, showed me credentials indicating he was assigned to critical infrastructure protection. Agent Morrison handled maritime security compliance. They'd driven from San Francisco, specifically to investigate reports of construction activity interfering with federal navigation systems. Mr. Whitman, we understand you have active security clearance and federal communication authorization with Coast Guard operations. Yes, sir. Navigation Specialist First Class, 12 years Coast Guard service, active clearance level verified quarterly. We want to discuss the construction project adjacent to your lighthouse facility. Federal Maritime Security has been monitoring activities that may compromise critical infrastructure. I provided them with all documentation I'd collected. Photographs, GPS coordinates, construction schedules, and federal regulation violations. The agents reviewed everything methodically, taking additional photographs and making detailed notes about maritime security implications. Mr. Whitman, this construction activity violates multiple federal statutes related to maritime security zones. The resort developer has been operating without proper federal permits, and the project potentially compromises Coast Guard emergency response capabilities. Agent Davidson explained that federal maritime security zones around critical infrastructure like lighthouses are classified areas where unauthorized construction is prohibited. Cordelia's resort project was being built within those zones without federal approval or security assessment. What happens next? I asked. Federal agencies will coordinate appropriate responses. Construction within maritime security zones
Do not
Thou shalt not escape!
federal review. Reviewers will be notified of violations and potential penalties. The agents spent another hour documenting the lighthouse facilities, confirming operational status, and verifying
Thou shalt not escape!
applications. Before leaving, Agent Davidson provided
Hero!
federal maritime security and advised me to report any interference with lighthouse operations immediately. After they left, I called Janet Maloney to ask about dinner arrangements for her. She invited me
Much
at 6
better.
p.m. and mentioned that several neighbors were eager to meet me and share their experiences with Cordelia's previous cases.
Oh
In the afternoon, weather, I could see construction
no! Well done!
Cordelia's resort site grinding to a halt. Equipment operators were receiving new instructions. Federal security investigation. Several vehicles with government plates were parked at the construction office trailer. My radio crackled at 4 p.m. with another emergency call. This time from a Coast Guard helicopter conducting medical evacuation from a cargo ship 12 miles offshore. The phone was returning, and they needed lighthouse beam guidance for approach to mainland hospitals. I coordinated radio communication between the helicopter and Coast Guard Air Station, providing weather updates and beacon status confirmation. The helicopter successfully completed the medical evacuation, transporting it to
have thee now!
Well done!
Lighthouse operations on our maritime traffic. Ships still needed lighthouses when technology failed, weather conditions exceeded the navigation.
Heroes!
At 6 p.m., I walked 2 miles south on the cliff path of Janet Willoughby's house.
Thou shalt not escape!
With spectacular ocean views and a garden that looked like it belonged in a magazine. Janet met me in the door with a warm smile of someone who spent 4 years managing middle school students and developing
Well done!
for different personalities. Decker, welcome. We're so glad you could join us. Inside, I met Tom and Sarah Henderson, a couple in their 60s who looked like they'd stepped out of a catalog for comfortable retirement. Also present were Garrett,
No
retired
mercy!
professionals who moved to the coast 5 years ago, and David Murphy, a single man in his 40s who worked remotely as a software consultant. Over dinner, they shared their experiences with Cordelia's HOA presidency and her systematic campaign against neighbors
Much better.
who foster development projects. She destroyed us financially before we finally joined, Tom Henderson said, his hands shaking slightly as he poured wine. $7,000 in legal fees fighting fabricated violations. Your daughter had to pay $200 because we couldn't afford what the tuition fee requires. Sarah touched his arm gently, a gesture of someone committed to fighting the siege. The night we finally signed the HOA, Cordelia showed up with champagne like she was celebrating a business merger. She actually said, "See how much easier life is when you're free." Robert Garrett had faced similar pressure.
Not today! Much better!
Property for resort expansion, constant inspections, noise complaints, environmental assessments. She found ways to make life miserable until resistance became too expensive to maintain. Why did
Hero!
Thou shalt not escape!
Janet laughed it bitterly. With what evidence? Everything she does is just barely legal or impossible. The inspections
More
are
heel.
legitimate regulatory agencies. The noise complaints come from multiple sources. The environmental assessments are conducted by licensed consultants. But you've all survived your campaigns.
Oh no!
You learned to
Have care!
respond
Much
legally
better.
to every challenge, and most importantly,
Have
use
care!
a united front. David Murphy explained. Cordelia's power is a license.
Bravo! Have care!
Neighbors
Oh no!
her tactics become much less effective. Linda Garrett but Decker, your
Thou shalt
situation
not escape! No
is not just
mercy!
another neighbor. You're operating federal infrastructure. That's a level of protection none of us have. She doesn't understand federal jurisdiction, Janet agreed.
Thou shalt not escape!
With local officials and state agencies. Federal maritime security operates by completely different rules. Tom Henderson asked about the morning's fall
More heel.
and the Coast Guard helicopter evacuation. When I described both navigation assistance operations, group exchange,
Oh no!
that's
Much
exactly
better!
what Spring said,
Oh no!
that your lighthouse serves critical maritime safety functions. Cordelia can't argue with government ships and medical evacuations. The conversation continued until nearly 10 p.m., covering Cordelia's political connections, her resort financing, and her previous tactics against other neighbors. By the time I walked back to the lighthouse, I had a much clearer understanding of the neighborhood dynamics and Cordelia's systematic approach to eliminating opposition. But I also understood something the neighbors couldn't fully appreciate. Federal maritime security agencies didn't negotiate with HOA presidents, regardless of their political connections or financial resources. The lighthouse beam was sweeping across dark waters when it arrived, guiding ships through a line of safeways. Vessels following established ship, and coast guard units maintaining controls. At 10
Thou shalt not escape! Much better. No mercy!
Explain that.
I have thee now!
Thou art a hero indeed.
Mr. Whitman, your lighthouse provides
Oh no!
He explained that Columbus Resort construction had been flagged by satellite surveillance 3 months ago. The pile driving began with a Coast Guard helicopter. Federal violations, but they've been waiting for clear evidence of intent to interfere with federal communications.
Much better.
We're coordinating with the Department of
Please, no!
and Federal Maritime Commission to fulfill
Well done!
I spend an hour reviewing Federal Maritime Security.
More heal! More heal!
Transportation Security
Oh no!
with federal penalties up to 25 years imprisonment for interference. United States Navy. The next morning,
No mercy! Thou shalt not escape!
I was conducting the routine beacon check at 6 a.m. when the horizon.
Hero!
Much better!
Any HOA president who understood federal U.S.
Re-heal!
A guided missile destroyer appeared as a gray silhouette against the golden sky, conducting navigation exercises that required precise lighthouse beam movements.
Much better!
Oh no! Have care!
Just...
Oh no!
Thou shalt not escape! Much better!
At 7 I radio practical military precision.
Much better!
USS Chancellorsville. Copy beacon point. Commencing.
Thou shalt not escape!
The next 3 hours, USS Chancellorsville conducted missions that continued military.
Thou shalt not escape!
The destroyer performed precise maneuvers based on lighthouse beam bearings, demonstrating how Navy vessels still develop
Well done! Have care!
Much better!
Oh no!
At 10:15 a.m. What's that pressure? I guess it's a terror. It's a vessel. Destination. I looked out at USS Chancellorsville, still conducting that's a Navy destroyer conducting routine training. They use lighthouse navigation for precise maneuvering services. Navy training? How long has this been going on? Why wasn't the community notified?
Re-heal!
were witnessing federal maritime power.
Much better.
The White House would use their force if necessary. The Navy would
Thou art a hero indeed!
This is what
Oh no!
Much better. Much better. More heal.
completely lost perspective about federal authority and maritime security. This is why I recommend Navy operations that constitute federal obstruction charges. No threat moves to
Much better.
military exercises and development.
Thou shalt not escape.
The calling of criminality.
Oh no! Thou art a hero
Have thee
indeed!
now.
Bravo!
Pile drivers hammering directly into Coast Guard helicopter approach paths, while USS Chancellorsville maintained training operations offshore.
Oh no!
Much better. Much better. Thou shalt not escape. Thou shalt not escape. Much better.
Any resistance will trigger additional charges for serving
I have thee now. I have thee now.
Oh no!
Your lighthouse operational status affects Navy training schedules. At 12:15 p.m., 4 of SUVs with license plates descended the coastal access road like a mechanized invasion force. 8
Have care!
Reheal.
serving legal documents and ordering an immediate halt to all construction activities. I watched through binoculars as
Hero!
Thou shalt not escape. Much better. Shall not fall. Shall not fall.
Construction of maritime security zones, interference with coastal operations, obstruction of federal navigation aids. Each violation carried maximum penalties of 15 years federal fine and $1,000. Columbia response was particularly defined.
Much better.
This is I have congressional representatives who will investigate.
I
this
have thee
federal
now.
Thou art a hero indeed! Have care!
She was arguing with federal agents about economic priorities, while USS Chancellorsville and
More heal.
navigation assistance for national defense operations. The disconnect between her perception and
Reheal.
Agent Davidson remained professionally relaxed, but absolutely inflexible. And
Do not falter!
Much better. Thou shalt not escape.
Continued construction will result in federal obstruction. And Agent Davidson citing federal maritime security issues. Construction workers stood around their island with
Much better.
Cordelia made the decision that we destroy her HOA presidency.
Have care!
Construction
Much better.
resumed routing operations and direct defiance of federal cease and desist orders. The resumed construction of media.
Much better.
If they want to stop legitimate business operations, they can obtain
Do not
Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Much better! Ah!
USS Chancellor
Shall not fall!
Cordelia was committing in real time.
A just desert for such a grave sin.
Providing navigation assistance for both Navy training and Coast Guard security operations. The irony was perfect. The lighthouse Cordelia wanted to eliminate was now supporting federal agencies arresting her for interfering with federal operations. At 2 p.m., additional federal agencies arrived via Coast Guard transport, Department of Homeland Security investigators, Federal Maritime Commission enforcement officers, and Navy liaison personnel established a command post at the construction site. The federal response was overwhelming and comprehensive, treating Cordelia's resort project as a threat to maritime security and infrastructure. Every construction violation was documented, photographed, and GPS coordinated for federal prosecution. Cordelia maintained her united stance throughout the afternoon, claiming federal overreach, threatening political retaliation, congressional representatives, and political connections carried no weight with federal maritime security agencies operating under national defense authorities. At 4:30 p.m., federal charges of obstructing federal navigation agency, violating maritime security authorities, and interfering with Navy training operations. Arrested her on USS Chancellor maintained a visual on shore, but the lighthouse continued providing navigation assistance for federal operations. Her usual roles were the saw stakes, ocean wind, as federal agents read the radar lights and applied manuals. Resort development executives were charged with conspiracy to violate federal maritime security statutes. Construction supervisors faced charges for continuing after federal cease and desist orders. By midnight, 17 people were in federal custody, facing maritime security violations that would restructure the entire coastal development industry. The next morning brought media attention that transformed the local HOA dispute into federal maritime security enforcement. CNN Maritime Division reported arrested HOA officials for interfering with Navy operations. Federal prosecutors announced that the case would set precedent for maritime security enforcement throughout critical infrastructure. Any interference with lighthouse operations is coordinated activities to face severe federal prosecution. The lighthouse that Cordelia applied for became a symbol of federal maritime security and a source of costs. Media coverage of the site continued to expose the USS Chancellor was under training exercises in the water that outnumbered Navy personnel, lighthouse navigation assistance, and essential operations. Military testimony and sworn federal prosecution of any interference in his life was secrecy. 3 weeks later, federal prosecution resulted in police investigations that restructured the coastal development oversight. Cordelia received 18 years federal prison and $1.2 million conspiracy against federal maritime engineering. The resort project was permanently canceled with construction equipment, maritime security zones, and environmental remediation required to repair damage from operations. Federal legislation designated lighthouse navigation aids as protected critical infrastructure, qualifying excavation and permitting. The Lighthouse Protection Act of 24 established federal maritime security zones around all lighthouses supporting maritime navigation. The lighthouse received designation as a national historic landmark in international navigation. With federal funding for preservation and modernization, the Coast Guard established a permanent communication station at the lighthouse, integrating operation and engaging civil and training schedules. Tourism increased dramatically as the lighthouse became a destination for maritime history, education, and federal maritime security awareness. Guided tours generated information demonstrating that lighthouse preservation for sustainable tourism historic inclusion and communication of federal maritime security priorities for local development processes. HOA establishing a full precedent for protecting lighthouse operations nationwide. 6 months later, I stood in the lighthouse gallery, watching sunset behind the city horizon. The operating company features sites on the coast, setting lighthouse with swimming across Ships adjusted their courses based on that data, following shipping lanes marked by lighthouse navigation for over a century. Cargo worth billions of dollars passed the same protecting federal maritime security agencies that have learned to take lighthouse interference very seriously. Bringing rapidly operational ships from Coast Guard Center San Francisco, confirming lighthouse beacon status, and coordinating data transfers. Federal agencies lighthouse as critical infrastructure deserving maximum protection. Cordelia Blanket was serving 18 years in federal prison, probably learning about critical The resort project was abandoned, replaced by federal The lighthouse beam swept across my cottage windows every 20 seconds, steady and reliable, just in the path for 34 years. But now, it was also protected by federal law enforcement agencies that understood the difference between local authority and national maritime security. Federal navigation units don't claim to HOA residents, no matter how many political connections they've cultivated or Lighthouse keepers serve responsibilities that transcend property ownership, supporting maritime safety and national defense operations that connect individual lighthouses to global security priorities. The lighthouse will continue guiding ships safely through Pacific waters long after everyone involved in the HOA dispute have been forgotten. Some responsibilities are larger than individual personalities, local politics, or development profits. Some beacons shine brighter than any opposition can extinguish. And sometimes, when you think you're just inheriting a single lighthouse, you discover you've become guardians of the a connection between past and present, between individual responsibility and national purpose. Behind each experience, every HOA president, every development scheme, every threat to federal maritime security, ships will continue following lighthouse beams across the waters, obligations that serve purposes beyond any single person's understanding. Federal protection ensures that something remains constant that critical infrastructure transcends local politics, and that lighthouse keepers serve duties over and more important than individual disputes, in pursuit of ships can sail and justice prevails at sea.
site people can HOA construction solutions and products. She wears powder like a bad woman without pouring. Excuse me, he says. As the HOA, geotechnical survey, were at the very least submitted for anti-level inspection. He's prepared to meet experts which experts, before the contract, has decades of experience as a before this change. Their business license was approved online at 214 That's not decades ago. Some neighbors shifted in the area. It's prepared. She sees this product. The service can be filtration fabric, no compaction. They were laying the foundation like it was a back. I watched for my troubles and researched concrete coming out of the sheet. Soup. That's not a technical term. Ask anyone who's poured slabs. It should be clear. It's too long. Technical six. Structure weakens. Most departments
Well done! Thou art a hero indeed!
As a red flag means they either over-ordered or more likely to report them. What happened to the SS? 2 days later, I tried to replace the site. Just to launch. One of the workers flagged me down. HOA said, trespassing if you cross that table. He pointed to a sagging strip on a caution ribbon covering between 2 rebar grounds. I chuckled. Hold it right there, I said. That's the 6th week. This isn't a military. Welcome to your HOA, he muttered. That night, I emailed Karen about it. I listed the names to these things.
Thou art a hero indeed!
I quoted from the county's own soil erosion guidelines. I even offered to meet with Whitmore Constructions engineer to go over my concerns professional to professional. The bridge skeleton grew over the next month.
Bravo!
Or maybe they did, but feared Karen more than me. The day they poured the final deck slab, they threw a little celebration. Fold-out tables were limited to a few streamers. Karen wore a head blazer and sunglasses, shaking hands like she just launched a spaceship. I stayed home, sat on my porch listening to the wind blow through the trees. Wait, the spring rains were coming, and concrete was on the way. The wind changed.
Oh no! Have care! Oh no!
I printed a detailed line of 3 copies. Inside I included audit flood risk assessment. I compiled showing insufficient concrete depth on the base, or where the gravel aggregate peeked through by forming under skin. Calculations of shear stress and live load capacity, the handwritten notes comparing the bridge's specs to the U.S. Army standards. A side-by-side screen showed the bridge's construction pace versus average levels of bridge projects. And most importantly, a copy of the HOA's own bylaws requiring outside audit of capital improvements exceeding $100,000, which they had clearly violated. I walked into the HOA office at 1:02 a.m. My old military laptop under my arm. Karen was there as inspector. Her lips tightened. She didn't look like
Let the fire consume! Cassis!
Taken during the second pour, concrete sloshing over loosely wired rebar, no spacer blocks, no water stop. This is going to collapse, I said. Not today, not tomorrow. But the first major run on the bed was me. And if someone's on it, she cut me off. You're not an inspector. You're a retiree. I'm a former structural engineer. I trained Siemens and supervised rebuilds in Afghanistan. I don't need a title to recognize bad work. Whoever dies, that's what Brad Pitt is.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Size too small, always chewing gum like it owed him money. His family owned a few businesses in town, including, I suspect, the very company during that time. He looked at the binder, then at me, and smiled with all the warmth of the air.
Have care! Well done!
You understand? I stared at them both. Crystal clear. I took the binder and left a copy on the table. As I walked out, there was another HOA board member.
Oh! Do not falter! Have care!
Exploited the gap in regulation.
Prepare thyself!
Bravo!
Play at Coldwater County Sheriff's Department, retired ranger, 2 years in Syria, now head of infrastructure. We once dug latrine trenches side by side at the bottom. I called her direct line. Asked, damn, how long's it
Oh no! Oh no! Hero!
No!
You think it'll hold? I didn't answer. I didn't have to. He nodded. I'll start a fire. Can't move on it yet, but if something gives, we'll be ready. It wasn't what I wanted, but it was something. The storm broke at 3:17 a.m. 2 nights later. I woke to a thunderclap so loud it shook the windows. The rain pounded the roof. Flashlight.
Have care!
Assaults. I hadn't slept. I'd been watching the bridge from my porch binoculars, trained on every inch of concrete, waiting for the sound of a feared nose flying up floating. At 6:38 a.m., I heard it. Not a crack, not a boom, something worse. It was a low, wet rumble. The bridge was still there.
Thou art a hero indeed! Well done!
First real proof of sabotage. A section of erosion control network was flapping in the water with a flag of serenity. Behind it, the embankment had started to collapse, dragging soil and silt toward the base of the reservoir. They had a force member. There were supposed to be geotextiles, tier cables, or at the very least, titanium. Exposed reef. It was rusted, some of it even bent. One bar ended with a jagged torch and salvaged from a scrapyard. I stepped closer, snapped pictures. Then I heard footsteps crunching behind me. Hey, I turned. Switch. His jeans a hoodie. It seemed like a smooth stepped closer. You keep poking around where you don't belong. Someone's been think we're trying to take trouble. I didn't flinch. Trouble already hit this bridge. I'm just here to report the consequences. Grab my arm. That was his mistake. Before he could tighten his grip, he twisted the collar, stepped back, and locked his wrist like a ball back. His knees and foot bang. He grunted, surprised. First,
Bravo!
It's I played heart pounding. Not from fear, but from fury. Back at the house, I uploaded the photos, clipped the video, and sent it all to Sergeant. 10 minutes later, it takes me.
Have care!
Bravo! The rain had intensified. The bridge was groaning now, metal against concrete contact against wood. Cars still drove, oblivious.
Excellent! Have care!
Much better.
Do not falter!
Much better.
Have care! Thou art a hero indeed!
Weeks. She hesitated and put her arms. I stood in the rain, soaked to the bone, until the rains were closed. I got out with a clipboard and a serious thought. These classes, I can't be surgeon. He went quick. He walked with me down to the embankment. I showed him the exposed foot, collapsing bank. He took photos, measured.
Oh no! Have care!
Repair thyself!
Well done!
Clay didn't answer. He was busy marking measurements on a huge spray can. When he finally looked at me, he said, "To here. This bridge is compromised. No further traffic until we inspect the substructure."
I shall not fall!
Bravo!
Safety. stood silent, watching her tremble not from the cold, but from control slipping out of her throat. That night, as the rain came, sat at the kitchen table. Suspense. I wasn't there. The bridge had collapsed. It had been exposed, and beneath its polished surface lay rain waiting for the flood to pull back the curtain. The sirens were not the not the sharp digital whine of horror, but the beautiful wail of
Oh no! Well done!
I didn't need a news anchor or radar to tell me what was coming. The barometric pressure was crashing. The rain hadn't stopped in over 20 hours.
Oh no! Well done!
This time it was the right instinct. I stepped outside and was immediately met with wind so hard it nearly knocked me off the steps. The trees bent groaning. Rain slammed sideways against my face, leaving me in the sunken. The street lights flickered, casting an eerie yellow glow. The storm's winds like a
Well done!
I stopped cold. The bridge was gone. Not yet, but invisible. Three choked water. Chunks
Tis over!
Oh no!
Huddled under umbrellas or holding their phones aloft, recording shaky videos. I recognized the woman from 2 houses down Pamela, a mother of 3. I stood barefoot with rain on my head. Is it supposed to do it? I said, stepping between them.
Thou art a hero indeed!
As a power line snapped and crashed into the water. It sizzled and smothered. Someone screamed. That's when the screaming started. From across the bridge, I saw the 2 teenagers on electric scooters, their heads down against the rain, cutting across the sidewalk like they were racing the storm. They didn't know that it was coming. They had stop, get back. My voice was barely audible. His flashlight shone.
Thou art a hero indeed!
I didn't break my ankle on the flooded slope, but 30 seconds later I was at the base of the bridge, waving my arms. For some moments, I thought I saw my face. No glasses. It's not safe. Take the surgery.
Bravo!
I exhaled so hard I nearly collapsed. Just as they rolled me out, the real one. I feared for weeks. It came not as a sharp snap, but a little concussive like the earth exhaled under pressure. The earth groaned once,
Bravo!
concrete slabs, tumbling into the churning abyss, twisting my sleepers. Concrete railings flew off. Shattered,
Hero!
better.
Hero!
Much better.
Well done!
You'll need to turn those over to the sheriff's department. Possibly the state attorney's office. I didn't say a word. I just stood there rain dripping from my brow, watching the edifice of their confidence crumble as it
Have care! Oh no!
Prepare thyself!
You were right. I wish I hadn't been. That night, the water kept rising. Not just in the village, but in the town. Public's conscience. Smoke congregated from the winds, and rain had stopped. The damage remained like a bruise under the skin, silent and impossible to ignore. From my perch, I could see the bridge used to be. In its place was 80 inch and splintered concrete. It looked like a battlefield. Like every bit of this, every bit of
Have care!
Prepare thyself!
support columns, or rather what was left of them, as the water rolled out with the break in the current. Three jagged stumps protruding from the banks like broken teeth. The concrete had sheared up the chunks rippling raw and crude. And what lay beneath wasn't just erosion, it was absent. Gravity. Up the slope.
Prepare thyself!
Excellent! Oh no!
Much better.
Oh no! Have care! Oh no!
Just
Bravo!
Just a barcode scraped beyond recognition. They returned 14 engineers, a pair of state-in-charge safety inspectors, and 2 engineers. They cleared the culture and scale entire state.
Please no!
more heal!
Have care!
Much better.
She marched right up to me. This is getting blown out of proportion, she snapped. It was a natural disaster. There's no need to dig up blame. Clay didn't flinch. That bridge collapsed under conditions it was supposed to withstand. And we're seeing signs of deliberate material reduction. Hence, I stepped forward. You didn't just get a little business. She turned on me, voice shook.
Hero! Have care!
Thou shalt not escape!
Please no! Have care! Oh! Well done!
slump test. No reinforcement tags. Never exposed tie wire used as if it were structured. This isn't just negligence. Embezzlement. Or worse. Word spread quickly. I knew one of the paper had posted drone photos of the wreckage. The headline: Bridge to Nowhere HOA project uses mid allegations. That's when the neighbors started speaking up. They just said it was approved. Another man, Gary, stepped forward. I paid my dues early last year, $1.02 million. They said it was for infrastructure modernization. I stayed up late cataloging every piece of evidence they had transferred units. To multiple drives.
Well done! Thou art a hero indeed! Bravo!
Everything away but the truth. My 10th year, it was clear. County DA just called. We're launching a formal investigation. Civil and criminal. I told him we'd cooperate. I've got enough to carry on. He didn't argue. The next day,
Thou art a hero indeed!
over the empty gulch and the twisted wreckage at its bottom. Something unexpected. Not satisfaction. A shift. The ground had moved. Not just on the bridge. The whole structure. They put no trust in lies. The weight of truth was
Oh no! Bravo! Oh no!
HOA meeting transfers, construction notices, whistleblower correspondence, anonymous tips, and finally the one I didn't label the what USB drive. Takes me I was going to. At 7:55 a.m., Sergeant Clay Atwell knocked twice on the door. His jacket was soaked from prison. Bags under his eyes told me that the suburbs came out. I sat at my table and walked him through everything else. Every flag I'd raised, every time I was shut down, each email that went unanswered, the structural flaws I had documented, soiled and photographed. Stood no as in bad. Step by step, the core foundation, with a catastrophic. Clay didn't
Oh no! Have care! Have care! Well done! Have care!
Thou shalt not escape! Shall not
Well
fall!
done!
We don't need all that testing crap. Whitman was going to. Besides, why waste money on things when you can see? That's not when the thing's gonna fall.
More heal!
Oh no!
Ah!
and world-leading reporters, two sheriff's deputies showed up at the HOA.
Ha! Ah! Oh! Oh! Ha!
Bravo! Have care!
Shall not fall!
Thou art a hero indeed!
She released a statement through her attorney claiming the audio was taken out of context. This was due to extraordinary repercussions. This spin, that spin was the because the cracks were just
Ha!
Oh no!
Yeah!
Well done!
2006 combat engineering report from Mosul. A civilian firm cut corners on a temporary bridge. That bridge collapsed too. 4 soldiers
Prepare thyself!
Well done!
even if no one listens at first. Especially the next morning I got a knock on the door. It wasn't quiet. It was 2 men in suits, state inspectors from the office. Public integrity. Word would travel fast. The bridge collapse and caught the public's attention. News on footage everywhere. Here's my phrase. Concrete. Maintenance.
Do not falter! Fine form! Have care!
Much better.
Oh
Not today.
no! Well done!
Something real, something solid, something that could bear the weight of custody. At the end of that week, Coldwater Ridge no longer homicides were avoided, air was conserved, lawns still
Cassis!
Hero! Oh no!
No.
because of politics, because the evidence was overwhelming. Within 72 hours of Clay turning over the USB in my binders, a joint task force was formed between the county prosecutor, state infrastructure fraud, public safety oversight, HOA scandal.
Oh no! Hero!
Cassis! Shall not
Fine
fall!
form!
Prepare thyself!
Well done!
When did you first notice deficiencies in the construction? Inspection reports, duplicate payment entries, taken from behind the maintenance shed, day 14 of construction. That's when miscommunications.
Prepare thyself!
Bravo!
Maybe I should have. But I didn't sign up for it. I just did what they told me to. I have two kids. One says the HOA to save them. I didn't want that silent. 2 weeks ago, Rita gave a statement to investigators, protesting what they had operation, just speculation, and then came to the first we gained access to HOA's financials. To take all this showed invoices, inflated quotes, and duplicated payments to Whitmore Construction, plus transfers to a second LLC owned by Brad Resident and neighboring state for $142,000 managed in 6 months, all under the guise of infrastructure modernization. The flood hadn't just been but it uncovered a whole system of grift, nepotism, and arrogance, hiding behind the HOA's polished agreements and escaped obedience. And 2 weeks later, the state attorney general announced a grand jury indictment into local village HOA for fraudulent use of criminal funds, unsafe construction, and endangerment of public welfare. Karen Brad and 2 other board members were indicted. Karen's mugshot gave the news. The red blazer was gone as they could see. The attorney released a statement blaming a misunderstanding of procedural standards and the people weren't buying it anymore. The very next day, massive town halls are hosted not by the HOA, but by residents, who filled the community to raise those walls. Residents spoke, some angry, some tearful. One man stood and said my wife would cross that bridge 4 minutes before someone decided to say bye. They offered the mic to me. I didn't want to speak, but I did. I walked up slowly, often with my vote when I entered the bridge site. Chain cracked rebar sticking out of a hollow hollow in an exposed brick. This, I said, voice steady is what happens when no one speaks up. When corners are cut and questions are silenced, trust becomes a tool for exploitation. I didn't want to be visible. I wanted to be a leader. But when the structure starts to crack, someone has to sound the alarm. Then someone cried, then over, and for the first time since the flood, I saw something. Not bridges. Trust. It didn't take long for the house of cards to collapse completely. Once Trina's documents were verified by the state forensics team, a clearer picture began to form one far worse than most of us might have imagined. This wasn't just the recklessness of a few board members. It wasn't just Karen's spending or Brad's beastly groups. This was a coordinated effort. A racket built right into the bylaw. A rigged game that had gone undetected for years because it was incentive. Journalists stayed clear. They didn't just miss the pension of HOA groups. They repurposed and laundered them through sweetheart contracts, ghost inspections, and off-balance events that never took place and always drained money. At first, only Karen Brad and 2 others. As years walked by, 5 months later, more names emerged. 12 total. Elected officials. HOA mentally questioned himself. Landscape so far, the scam payments received conflicts of interest, undeclared votes passed without quotas, and at the center of all, business with no licensed engineers and no insurance. A A shell company that had taken over $100 million in contracts, lost 3 years, then subcontracted to unlicensed gateway owners. The real contractor was never supposed to finish the bridge. He was instructed to make the bridge finish. Limits over substance. Lost the event. With Brad's cousin Paul Whitney, facing a stack of federal charges and mounting public outrage, he signed a deal of full cooperation in exchange for witness. His confession was a sworn declaration he confirmed everything and approached in exchange for skipping off the top and kicking back 8% of special accounts receipts. It was everything as the rest of it. Slow, painful process. Elena Cortez, a no-nonsense former federal prosecutor who once overseen municipal corruption cases. She took one look at our books, and according to one staff member, this reads like a Ponzi scheme held together by big sales and gaslighting. Under her guidance, we launched meetings as an governance. Which contract did you win? I declined at first. I didn't want power. I just wanted to every dollar accounted for. Every contract reviewed by a third-party oversight board, unaffiliated with any resident. They said yes. And just like that, for the first time in years, the people of Fort Water Ridge were building something honest. Even as our neighborhood began to feel the consequences of the stepped out to went smoothly, Karen was awake, wearing a navy pantsuit and a face that had forgotten how to smile. Her lawyer argued procedural error. She was unwilling to say but the evidence was clear. The state built a case around conspiracy to defraud, reckless engagement, misappropriation of funds, and malfeasance of funds. She faced 19 counts. Brad faced 22. That's anywhere from 8 to 15. And while they awaited trial, a civil lawsuit began. Families who had suffered property damage and creditors, the one who had really been swept away on the collapse, and restitution or additional claim. Even the delivery driver who had crossed the bridge filed a suit claim because they were HOA's insurance provider, who had long been kept in the dark about the real structural risks, pulled coverage citing willful negligence. So we were personal liability suits against the press. They ate it up.
So you have everything we need to summer rivers. Well done.
Then the ceremony can begin?
It can, but we'll need to go to the top of the Shrine of Rain to carry it out. Atop the shrine, the sigils 5 install. Then, fairy flute and lyre of ire in hand, raise up a song to mighty Ruby's call. Thy melody shall reach that other land. If we do that, she'll come back to us. I'll play the lyre. Somebody else will need to come and play the flute.
Well, I'm not going. And I'm too, busy. Yes. Maybe I'll
Perhaps... No. I'll do it.
Chief! You should be in bed! And besides, you can't go. You might get hurt again. Not with our resident hero by my side, You'll look after me, won't you? But I know he's a hero, but he can't. Not on his own, he can't. Which is why we're going to help him. After all, if the whole world gets plunged into darkness, it won't be very nice for us fairies either. She said the same. It's not going to be easy. And it's definitely going to be scary. But we have to help him. For our own sake. And for those we've lost.
All right, I'll do it. I'll help him. For me. And for her.
The darkness is spreading further with each passing day. We have to get to the Shrine of...
Specializing in combat infrastructure, bridge construction, and defense systems. The jury named it and Mr. Merrick, expert opinions on collapse, science, ultimately. Conflict ratios were visibly altered. The structural design, state-to-state standards, reinforcement design, and soil erosion controls were either omitted or ignored. Any license entry was typically find a way to get there. They take action, they sign. They didn't just make a mistake. They suppressed those who pointed it out. In the defense efforts, they tried to make it successful. I was a retired soldier who needed a cause for wars. I've seen them die because people were worthless. I'll carry those failures for the rest of them. Suppress. Precisely dangerous vehicles, its players, families live, I thought. I'll do it again. One of the jurors, a woman in her 60s, I was the what the verdict should be. We reclaimed it from the people in this case. After my testimony, I stepped off the stand and walked back to the bench. They nodded. Previous prisoner, camera the trial sketch evidence case. Witness after witness. sword. I said, Camel products will be put youngest in the home. You did it, she said. She nodded eyes virtually. So what then? Now I said, for the skyline, we build something strong. So, before I left her big knife on her shoulder, pulled out my war chest. I chuckled, locked up tight. He called. Decades of experience, it's for new systems and inside diversion control. The project, Leno met me on site on her We've adjusted the pylon specs. She explained deep foundations, seismic dampeners, and forward buttons. Doing weekly ultrasonic testing on all coolers. We're building a bridge that will survive. That's the plan. It's not even hard. The site on weekend small safety process. It became something more than construction. Watching clinical answers with live action. Retirees asking questions about tensile strength. Aesthetics. On Saturday, stay in silence for a minute, watching her team every watch check every angle on it. Story, focus, and I wrote, don't go technical forever. And never what was next. This was the frame. It was etched in stone, placed in the bridges of the flashing, just honest. That's the HOA was formally dissolved after 90% vote in favor of the incorporation. In its place, the city of Norfolk Gate, the Community Advisory Panel. Volunteers from each block approached the public works liaison. Secret meetings. Just real issues handled completely. I didn't know for anything, but people still came out. Sometimes for months, sometimes for stories, sometimes just to thank you for speaking, sometimes to speak. Yes, all of it. Not physical, but spiritual. I put it out like that. I made it more comfortable. Teaching night class and applications. We focused on the elements. Let's get this over. As golden light settled over the brush, I stood and looked up at the new bridge. It was perfect. Just like it was mentioned, on the 1-year anniversary of the building, local paper asked me if I wanted to write a production piece. It said all I needed to say was statement of knowledge. Instead, I said, the strength of any structure isn't in the people. It's in the people who refuse to let it fail. They printed it and tried it. That was true. Because while bridges can fall, there is no secret and this time, we moved to a
Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Much better.
Hero!
Not today! Much better. Ha! Thou shalt not escape! shalt not escape! Ha! Much better.
This cannot be!
I had always enjoyed my corner of Maplewood Lane, a quiet yard, neat garden, and a sense of privacy that is
Hero!
build a fence. At first, I thought it was harmless, until one morning I measured it and realized something showed. The fence extended 12 feet, almost half of my front yard. I approached it politely. Mr. Hargrove, he smiled.
Thou shalt not escape!
Audacity stunned me. He had practically stolen a slice of my hand. Rather than waiting battles, I decided to turn the situation into an opportunity. I consulted my lawyer. If someone encroaches on your property, you can assert rights over their structure, especially if it violates building codes or safety regulations. I carefully inspected his house.
Thou shalt not escape!
Do not falter!
Part of his front porch and steps too close to the property line, violating setback regulations. I filed.
Thou shalt not escape!
No!
Highlighting the fence encroachment and the unsafe construction. The city responded promptly. Inspectors visited and confirmed the fence was
Much better. Much better. Not today.
Directly underneath the encroaching porch could be considered part of my property until the structure was corrected. Legally, I now had the right to use that slice. I promptly installed a small garden, some potted plants, and a bench. When Mr. Hargrove protested, I calmly showed the city notice and explained that it was now my space legally. In the end, my neighbor learned a hard lesson about property boundaries. What he tried to take from me, 12 feet of yard, I turned into my own advantage. A slice of his porch now looked out over my thriving mini garden, a daily reminder that audacity, without respect, often backfires. I had always enjoyed my corner of Maplewood Lane, quiet yard, neat garden, and a sense of privacy. That is, until my neighbor, Mr. Hargrove, decided to build a new fence. At first, I thought it was harmless, until one morning I measured the property line and realized something shocking. The fence extended 12 feet into my yard.
Joy. Karen laughed when the farmer, and now half the neighborhood is empty because of it. The fire started in the afternoon and was not working at all. The spark from the transformer landed in the driveway near my fence line. That man's flames were across my pasture and swamped the storage shed. There was no one trying to save me. Firefighters were called for the firefight and stopped it from getting the house. She went to 2 smoke rise from the back of the car. That's when she showed up. The HOA president looked through the window. Karen stood at the edge of the door. She closed her eyes as soon as
Bravo!
just compared to our creations.
Have care!
The neighbors stared in shock, but she waved them off and joked about farming and starting with fires. I said nothing. I just walked the property, took photos, and
Lifestyle didn't belong in a modern HOA. I had been living here longer than the HOA even existed, so I hired a lawyer and we got to work. We pulled the fire marshal's report, the transformer maintenance logs, and photos of her property line, because while she accused me of neglect, her side of the fence was filled with dead brush, weeds, and debris, and that's where things turned. The county inspector came out for a full safety evaluation. They found multiple fire code violations on HOA-owned green belts and common areas. Dry grass, broken sprinklers, zero defensible space. The same wind that pushed flames across my field would have turned her neighborhood into ash. The inspector issued a mandatory mitigation order, and the HOA had 30 days to clear everything, but she refused to spend HOA funds. She said the county was bullying her, and homeowners shouldn't pay for imaginary risks. So the county issued fines, big ones. The HOA still ignored it. Then the county filed notice to place a lien on the HOA's common property. Homeowners got notified in writing, and panic exploded. People realized the harsh farm fire she had destroyed their homes. They learned she ignored safety rules for years. Half the neighborhood immediately listed their houses for sale. Investors backed out. Buyers vanished. Home values dropped so hard, people walked away from their mortgages. The HOA bank.
Oh no! Thou art a hero indeed!
At the next meeting, the HOA appointed her vice president.
Bravo!
My land is growing green again. The young couple who stayed helped me restore the pasture and rebuild my shed. Karen's perfect little kingdom turned into empty streets and for sale signs, all because she laughed at someone else's disaster. If you love HOA coastal stories like me, subscribe to HOA. Karen laughed. And now half the neighborhood is empty years ago.
My company's HR taped my photo to a wall. Terminated for eating at her desk. Do not rehire. I didn't agree. Later, federal agent sat in the HR head proudly explained the fire the agent then read one line my player's hand started to shake. I worked at Data Core Solutions for 8 years as a compliance officer. My job making sure our company followed all the government rules for our federal contracts. I was the invisible person who kept everything running smoothly while everyone else was Tuesday.
Not today!
I sat at my desk eating tuna salad from a temporary theater. Nothing fancy. That's when Sarah from HR appeared at my cubicle like a culture and business casual. You know this isn't a cafeteria, right? She said. We began my phone like I was reading back the face. She spat in my face and I returned her.
Thou shalt not escape!
My name right in the being terminated for repeated violations of workspace hygiene policies. I signed the form afterward. As I left, I saw something taped to the break room wall. A printout of my past photo.
Well done!
Terminated under proceeding to Here's what nobody at Datacorp knew. I wasn't just any compliance officer. I was the named auditor on 6 massive federal contracts worth over $160 million. That's a fancy way of saying the government had approved me specifically to oversee these projects. Without me, those contracts had a problem. Before I left the building, I forwarded one email to my personal account, a memo about an unsigned compliance form that had been sitting ignored for weeks. Then I walked out. That night, I read the contract fine print. Buried in there was a 7-day if a major contractor is terminated for
Do not falter!
an active contract. The entire grant becomes non-compliant immediately. Federal funds get frozen. By firing me for a policy violation, Datacorp had just triggered a $160 million breach. Within 48 hours, the government agency started asking questions. Where was the transition documented? Datacorp scrambled. Their new compliance guy had been there 3 weeks and didn't even have the right clearances yet. The freeze came fast. Investigation. That was the emergency. At 9:03 a.m., a federal agent in a gray suit walked into the courtroom. Sarah was there, dressed in her best blazer, ready to defend her decision. The CEO asked the agent to explain the situation. Sarah jumped in first, speaking confidently about their zero-tolerance policy for behavioral infractions and how my termination was about professionalism. The agent said nothing, just opened his binder slowly and read one sentence aloud. Clause 17B, subsection D, termination of aid provider during active...
Thou shalt not escape!
Have care!
...constitutes immediate breach of federal compliance protocol and triggers mandatory funding freeze.
Thou shalt not escape!
No possession was filed, and you classified it as misconduct, which makes it worse. See close the binder. You'll have a full review team here by
Thou shalt not escape!
shaking hand, ladder to the floor. Sarah's face was green.
Much better! Thou shalt not escape!
Last week, I sent Datacorp an invoice for $51,150 for federal compliance resuscitation. Today at 12:01 p.m., I ate a turkey sandwich at my desk in my new office. When my assistant pulled me data core was fine, I smiled and said, tell them I'm leaving. My company's HR taped my photo to the wall. Terminated.
More heal!
The building manager occupied
More
16
heal!
laundry machines, then had me evicted. So I read every page of my contract. I'm Marcus, 29, working as a paramedic in downtown Chicago. I live in a 200-unit apartment building with 2 laundry rooms, 8 washers each. Laundry room B is on my phone. I tell you, last year, the building hired a new manager. She's 47, gets a free unit as part of her job, lives 2 doors down from me. Month 1, I'm doing laundry on a Sunday afternoon when she walks in. This is my laundry time, she says. I need you to move your stuff. I look at her confused. The machines are first come, first served. She crosses her arms. I'm the building manager. I have priority for building amenities. Then she reaches into the washer, pulls out
Thou
my
shalt
soap
not escape!
Week 2, I get a notice on my door about a noise complaint. Playing music at 2 a.m., except I wasn't alone. I was working a shift at the hospital, and I have managed swipe records where I live. Finally, sitting in the areas. Week 3, another notice.
Much better.
Please, no!
Unauthorized yes mark, $75 fine. My girlfriend
Much better.
keeps brother up. Must do, I had 8 lines, not $400. My sister lives in St. Paul. Monday when she's not there, she tells me she's crazy when she controls everything. And to the point, I worked 36 hours on the shift. Major accident. Stands on death. Pediatric trauma. Quite emotionally. I got home at 8 a.m. on Wednesday and slept for 36 hours and desperately needed to wash my uniforms for my next shift. I went to laundry room B at 8:15 a.m. Every single machine was full. All 8 washers, all 8 dryers. Every single one had her stuff in blankets, curtains, everything. She was washing her entire house. Each machine had a note taped to it. Building manager, do not touch. She was occupying
Thou shalt not escape!
laundry room A on the first floor, a completely full with regular residents. I came back and waited 90 minutes. She never showed up. Finally, I followed building protocol, moved one of her dry laundry from the washers, and started washing my uniforms. 2 minutes later, she was screaming, "You touched my laundry? That's theft!" She pulled out her phone and called the police non-emergency line. While I stood there watching, an officer arrived 20 minutes later. She demanded I be charged with theft of services. The officer looked completely confused. "Ma'am, you moved your dry laundry to a dryer. That's standard laundry room etiquette." She pointed at me. "He's being evicted. This is the final straw." That night, she served me an eviction notice. 30 days to move out. I spent the next week downloading every document from the lease agreement. 28 pages. Building rules. 43 pages. The Chicago Residential Landlord-Tenant Ordinance. The Property Management Company's corporate policy.
Much better.
Twice into detailed notes. And I found the building rules. Page 8 of the lease. Laundry facilities are shared amenities. No resident has priority. Limit 2 machines per household at one time. She used all 16 machines. That's 800% open. Page 34 of building rules. Evictions require documented lease violations.
Thou shalt not escape!
She gave me 0 warning for the eviction notice. Her fines never went through the proper dispute process. Chicago law. Building managers do not live.
Thou shalt not escape!
She never disclosed anything. The fine must be approved by the region.
Much better.
She never got the part of eviction. 6 months into the complaint business. Tell me the right way to complain about that first laundry incident 2 months earlier. I hired a team of writers for $500. She sent a 16-page demand letter.
Oh no!
Every violation. The company's legal department reviewed it and called an emergency meeting. The regional manager showed up unannounced and interviewed 15 residents. Everyone had complaints. She'd been issuing fake fines to everyone to prove she was doing her job. Total $12,400 in unauthorized fines.
Much better.
Oh, no!
For cause, no severance. She had to vacate her free unit within 14 days. The management company sent refund checks.
Mid-heal.
I got my $450 back plus $2,000 for the attempted illegal eviction. The eviction notice was voided and expunged from my record. Every complaint against me was removed from my file. She applied to other property management companies. Unauthorized fines get you industry blacklisted. She moved back in with her parents at 47 years old. Lost her job and her free housing. Now I do my laundry whenever I want in peace. The building manager occupied all 16 laundry
Much
machines.
better.
Then he evicted. So I read every page of our complaint.
So you kind of person sues a person to save their life. You were driving, right?
Yes.
Over this vehicle. According to police analysis.
Yes.
You were going at least 70 in so you were ejected out the car window.
Yes.
So you were wearing a seatbelt.
I found out my parents gave our family business to my young... What's the moment in court that made everyone go completely silent? My dad worked construction for 15 years, building houses across 3 counties. Had his own small crew, just 4 guys who've been with him since the beginning. They did good work, never cut corners. Always finished on time, and the developer hired them for a big project. 12 houses in a new subdivision outside Phoenix. Biggest job my dad ever landed, worth $240,000. They worked on it for 5 months straight, sunrise to
Fizzle!
sunrise. To buy extra equipment because the developer was pushing for faster completion. He said there were buyers waiting. Said you pay a bonus if they finished early. So my dad pushed the crew hard. They finished 3 weeks ahead of schedule. Every house passed inspection, everything up to code, no issues whatsoever. But when my dad submitted the final invoice, the developer went completely silent. Went straight to voicemail, email, house.
Thou shalt not escape!
My dad had no filing of the equipment while he was here.
Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Fix everything. Said buyers were backing out because of my dad's shoddy work. My dad couldn't believe it. The courthouse was packed when we showed up. The developer brought his lawyer, some guy in a $3,000 suit carrying a briefcase that probably cost more than my car. He had a whole presentation ready with photos of cracked foundations, uneven floor. My dad's job. They couldn't be because my dad took progress photos every single day and documented everything. His lawyer kept trying to explain this, but the developer's lawyer talked over him louder, more confident, more prepared. He had inspection reports showing violations, statements from 3 different contractors who claimed they had to redo my dad's work, invoices showing he'd already paid $95,000 to fix the damages. It was terrible for us. My dad just sat there looking completely defeated. He'd already lost 20 pounds from stress, wasn't sleeping, could barely function.
function. Mom said he'd wake up at 3 a.m. just staring at the ceiling. The business he'd spent 15 years building was done. Even if he won, his reputation was
Well done!
The inspector who claimed he'd failed the electrical work twice. This guy had a whole story ready. Dates, specific violations, detailed notes. He sounded incredibly credible and professional. The judge was nodding along, taking notes. Everything felt hopeless. That's when this woman in the back stood up wearing a floral dress. Excuse me, Your Honor, I need to say something. The Delaware's lawyer spun around like a this is a closed hearing. You can't just interrupt. Let the judge look curious. Who are you? I'm the county clerk of permits and records. I've worked here for 32 years processing every single building permit. So now the lawyer tried
Thou shalt not escape! Much better.
Permits for additional work on those same houses. Listed a different contractor, different crew, said it was renovation work. I pulled the permits from his other projects. He's done this exact same thing before, twice actually. The courtroom went dead silent. The judge leaned forward. You have proof of this. She wasn't.
Much better.
That's permits for
Much better.
showing the same pattern with 3 different contractors. He files the lawsuits right before the license suspension would hit for unpaid permits. Uses the lawsuit to claim the contractor abandoned the job while he keeps all the buyer payments and pays nobody. The developer's face was completely white. His lawyer started to jump on the papers, frantically. The woman kept going. I didn't connect it until I saw the hearing notes posted and recognized his company name. I bought copies of everything. Permits, complaints, 3 separate contractor board investigations that he somehow managed to avoid. The judge spent 5 minutes reading through the documents, his face getting angrier with each page. Then he looked directly at the developer. Criminal fraud charges. This lawsuit gets dismissed with prejudice. He turned to my dad. File a countersuit for your full contract amount plus damages. And this court will expedite. My dad got paid everything he was owed plus another $60,000 for legal fees and damages. The developer's facing
No mercy.
2 other contractors. They were too broke to fight it in court. The moment in court that made everyone go.
Here!
Construction for 15 years, building houses across 3 counties. It is also approved that 4 guys and ladies. He didn't even park in the urban quarters. He spent his time at this developer hired him for a big project, 12 houses and a new subdivision out.
They said the new walking path would increase community access. What they meant was it would slice straight through my backyard. My name's
Much better.
Maple trees, the sound of crickets, and the fence line that marked peace. But last summer I woke up to the sound of these legends. So then, fast and scary, like it was theirs. The HOA president, Gary, stood there grinning with a clipboard. Just making the neighborhood go up, he said. You'll love it once it's done. Love it. They bulldozed 10 feet of my property. My fence posts lay in the dirt like broken ribs. I told him they were trespassing. He just waved his pen and said, "You'll need to file a complaint in writing." Then he
Much
turned
better.
away, like my words didn't matter. That night, I stood by the broken fence, watching the floodlights move. My anger wasn't loud. It was cold, clean, and patient. I wasn't going to yell. I was going to invoice. So I started digging. The next morning, I checked the county plat map, the one my late father left with me. Turns out the HOA's community path ran 15 feet inside the any structure or massive map requires witness and compensation. They built a path on my land, so I made it my tool. Within a week, I built a solid steel gate, painted it matte black, and private entry. Permit required 25 daily access fee.
Much better.
Or turn around. But Jonas was confused, dog owners frustrated, and Gary was furious. He came pounding on my door, face red, HOA badge swinging like a thorn. You can't charge residents, he barked. Oh, but I can, I said, handing him the printed
Fizzle!
You see, you built it on my land. So legally, that path isn't community property. It's a private driveway. Mine. His jaw clenched.
Please, no!
I'm already out. For the next 2 weeks, people lined up at the gate with huge faces. Some paid, some turned around. Others started using the street again. And every time a payment came through my account, I sent a screenshot to the HOA revenue sharing opportunity. Then came the meeting. They tried to stall it.
Mid-heel!
Consider it for the good of the community. So I showed them my latest addition, a motion-activated sprinkler system on both sides of the gate. Every time someone tried to sneak in without paying, they got a cold shower and a polite warning that said, "Please proceed to pay." The video's been viral. HOA Toll Road was trending all over social media. Even the news ran. When the Hendersons bought their ranch outside of Pine Valley, they were thrilled to finally have space, rolling pastures, an old oak tree, and plenty of room for horses. Their nearest neighbors, the Carters, owned adjoining property and had always been polite, waving from across the fence line. Things were peaceful until one spring morning when Samantha Henderson noticed something on her property.
Thou shalt not escape!
Right near the property boundary, within a week, a large brand new shed stood strapped to the fence. Half of it only sat on Henderson. Samantha politely pointed this out to Mr. Carter, who shrugged it off. Survey must be over.
Well done! Do not falter!
Samantha checked her deed, then called the license. Results came back
them to let
Thou shalt not
The Carters refused, claiming their first possession. That's when Samantha hired an attorney. The case went to court where the survey maps and GPS data from area photos made things crystal clear. The judge scolded the Carters for ignoring the
Prepare thyself!
Oh! Fine form!
After the decision, the Carters were furious, but the law was the law. Samantha didn't gloat, though she did paint the shed a cheerful red to match her barn. Neighbors started jokingly calling it the Victory Shed. It became a local tale of stubbornness, surveys, and sweet poetic justice. In trying to take the land, Carters ended up
Mid-here!
when the Henders found their ranch outside of Pine Valley, they were thrilled to find more space. Pastures, there's neighbors,
Not today! Thou shalt not escape!
One spring morning when Samantha Henderson
Fizzle!
noticed something wrong. A crew was unloading the street.
Animals. I need to learn more. Since this is now my home country, you're saying it's...
Neighbor's train flooded my home, and he still had the nerve to blame me for damages. I woke up today with sewage. My carpet was soaked, furniture ruined.
Much better!
Water trail outside. I saw a newly installed drainage pipe pointed straight at
Fizzle!
the house. Neighbor stood there holding a shovel like he was proud of
No
his
mercy!
He said my yard was low, and I should deal with runoff like everyone else. I told him that his pipe was
Much better!
He shrugged and said I should build a routine. I didn't like it. I didn't yell.
Thou shalt not escape!
So
Thou shalt not escape!
just drainage trench. Then I got a license to the civil engineer to inspect the
Thou
dam.
shalt not escape!
Put it in writing. His pipe caused the flood, and it violated county code. The neighbor got angry and
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape!
piece of paper and demanded I pay for his water management system. He said the plug had was my house was
No!
I quietly lifted my phone and recorded every word. Then I told him my lawyer would contact him. His face went pale. My attorney sent a certified demand letter for property damage and repair costs. We attached photos, video, expert statements, and drainage rules from the county website. He ignored them and told the neighborhood I was scamming them, so we escalated. My lawyer called the Maple City.
Thou shalt not escape!
Text messages, invoices,
Much better! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Much better!
Trespassing. Within a month, a crew was ripping up his pipe and hauling away mud. Repairs were including the neighbor doesn't speak to me anymore. His new drain points safely toward the street. I didn't argue. I didn't fight. I just used evidence and the law. If you love HOA and neighbor justice stories, like the video and subscribe. Neighbor's drain flooded my home, and he still had the nerve to blame me for damages. I woke up to ankle-deep water in my living room and the smell of mud and sewage. My carpet was soaked, furniture ruined, and drywall bubbling like wet paper. I followed the water trail outside.
Oh,
The
no!
sun was high, and the dust hadn't even settled when that SUV
Moheel!
silver paint shining. Two people stepped out, one with a pink blazer,
Thou shalt not escape!
Amanda Slider, younger, small.
Much better! Thou shalt not escape!
Sparta!
I just stood there, hand resting on the steel. My family's land, one piece of dirt in this county, not under their control. The woman smiled, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes, and said I was in violation of community regulations. regulations. I asked her what community she thought this was. She didn't answer. She just pointed at my fence, at my shooting range, at the house I'd rebuilt with my own hands. They came here to tell me I owed them money, that I was part of their HOA now, because the neighborhoods around me had grown close enough to absorb my land. Absorb. That was the word she used. I laughed, quietly, then told her she was standing on private property. She didn't like that. But here's what she didn't know. I had every document, every deed, every exclusion paper signed by the county clerk himself. And when they tried to make me their next project, I decided I wasn't just going to fight back. I was going to expose them. What happened next? The forged maps, the fake summons, the boardroom confrontation. It changed everything. They wanted control. I wanted the truth. Click the link and see how the battle for one forgotten ranch became the downfall of an entire HOA. The sun was high, and the dust hadn't even settled when that SUV rolled up to my gate, silver paint shining like it didn't belong on a dirt road. Two people stepped out, one woman with a pink blazer, clipboard in hand, seeking into my driveway. The man beside her, younger, small, holding a tablet like it was a weapon. Across the door of their car it read, Willow Ridge Community Association. I just stood there, one hand resting on my steel gate. My land, my family's land, the one piece of dirt in this county not under their control. The woman smiled, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes, and said I was in violation of community regulations. I asked her what community she thought this was. She didn't answer. She just pointed at my fence, at my shooting range, at the house I'd rebuilt with my own hands. They came here to tell me I owed them money, that I was part of their HOA now, because the neighborhoods around me had grown close enough to absorb. Absorb. That was the word she used.
Oh no!
I laughed, quietly, then told her she was standing on private property. She didn't like that. But here's what she didn't know. I had every document, every deed, every exclusion paper signed by the county clerk myself. And when they tried to make me their next project,
Well done!
I decided I wasn't just going to fight back. I was going to expose them. What happened next? The forged maps, the fake summons, the boardroom confrontation. It changed everything. They wanted control. I wanted the truth. Click the link and see how the battle for one forgotten ranch.
He said soon a few too many times, so I went nuclear.
Hello, survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the story. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate it, and thank you in advance. Please leave the name of the city you're listening from in the comment section below. It helps us see our reach in the community. Let's start the story. The emergency lights flickered in, casting their reflection like fragments across the crushed steel doors. I'd been pressing buttons for 12 minutes. 12 minutes of static from the emergency speaker, and the suffocating awareness that I was alone in this 8x6
The end is nigh!
minutes between floors 7 and 8 of the Preston building. This morning had been strange. I remembered it now. The empty streets at 8:30 on a Tuesday, the taxi abandoned mid-intersection of Westfield Avenue, an elderly woman sprinting down the sidewalk in her nightgown. I dismissed it as Cleveland being Cleveland, just another weird morning in a city that had seen weirder. My phone buzzed. Luke from the office. Where are you? Everyone's going crazy up here. I typed back, stuck in elevator between 7 and 8. Send maintenance. His response came fast. Good luck. Half the floor didn't show. Something's happening downtown. I hit the emergency button again. Static crackled. Then a click. Pressed it for security.
Oh no!
Stuck in elevator
Bravo!
7 and. Which floor? He cut me off. 7 and 8.
Oh
Background noise.
no! Bravo!
Shouting. Glass breaking. Long pause. Remain calm. Do not attempt to exit. Someone will reach you when possible. I stared at the map. When possible. Not soon or shortly. When possible. I called Jess on the 11th floor. She answered on the 6th ring. Nicholas, Trapped in the elevator. What's going on there? I don't know. People are freaking out. Her voice trembled.
Let the fire consume you!
For his shirt. He said there was a riot in the city. And Allie's not answering. She's always here.
Hashish!
Man shouted something in the background. Jess's breathing quickened. Stay there. Don't try to come up. The police are blocking streets downtown. I saw a video on Twitter of people attacking each other outside the arena. Nicholas, I have to... Click. I tried calling back voicemail. The elevator broke. A tenant complaint that raised every hair on my neck. The fluorescent panel overhead flickered twice before stabilizing in that sickening room. I pressed against the corner, suddenly conscious of how small the space was. How the recycled air smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals and something else. Something metallic. News app loaded. First headline. Breaking mass violence downtown. Shelter warning issued. The article was sparse. Reports of individuals exhibiting extreme aggression. Multiple injuries. Police overwhelmed. Stay indoors. Another headline. Hospitals report unprecedented heat. Patients displaying unusual symptoms. I loosened my tongue. Hopped the top button. How long had the ventilation been off? My phone rang. Nicholas, are you okay? Her voice trembled the way it did when she was genuinely scared. I'm stuck in an elevator at work, but I'm fine. What's wrong? Have you seen the news? They're saying there's an outbreak. People getting sick and attacking others. They shut down the elevator. Your father wants to come get you. Eighth floor, I can't. Then get out of there. Earshot. Nicholas, they're showing footage. These people look dead. Walking around covered in blood, biting others. Please tell me you're somewhere safe. My mouth went dry. I'm stuck, Mom. The doors won't open, but nobody can get to me in here. Oh, God. Dad's voice murmured something in the background. Your father says stay where you are. Don't try to climb out. Keep your phone on. I won't lock your doors. Don't let anyone in.
Fine form!
I love you too. After she hung up, I stared at the phone. Battery, 68%. I dimmed the screen.
The end is nigh!
Thou art a hero
She just
indeed!
had to notice. Like something heavy had shifted on the cables above me. I hit the options.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Were static. Then a different voice, younger, panicked. Preston building. Lynn speaking. Who is this? Nicholas Larkin stuck between 7 and 8. Can you... I can't help you right now. We've got Jesus. Are you alone in there? Yeah, what's happening? Don't come out seriously. Her breath came in gasps. There's something wrong. 3 guards are down. I'm in the monitor room and I can see them on the cameras. They're in the lobby. Who's in the lobby? The infected. I don't know what else to call them. They're attacking anyone who moves. Watch someone get pulled down and they wouldn't stop hiding and then he got up. He stopped moving. They left him. And then he got up and started walking around like that. Ice spread through my veins. You're saying people are dying and getting back up. I'm saying stay in that elevator. Don't open those doors. Guards trying to get in there.
Oh no!
Dead lighting. I stared at the speaker. Getting back up. Hiding. It sounded impossible. It said the same thing. I checked Twitter. The feed was chaos. Videos of people running. Someone screaming about cannibals. Helicopter footage showing gridlock on I-90. Abandoned cars spanning all lanes. One video made my stomach turn. Shaky phone footage of someone stumbling through a parking lot. The movements were wrong, disjointed. The man approached to help. The stumbling figure lunged. The video cut off. Caption: This is real. Get inside now. Time: 9:07 a.m. Less than 30 minutes since I'd stepped into this elevator thinking about spreadsheets and coffee meetings. I called Joy. She lived in Tremont, across town. 6 rings before she answered. Nicholas, thank God, are you safe? Stuck in the work elevator. Can't get out. Are you home? Yeah, all locked up, but I can hear things outside, screaming, glass breaking. I looked out the window and saw someone trying to break into the corner store. Just beating on the glass with their hands. Blood everywhere, but someone tried to stop them. She choked. They bit them. Right on the shoulder. On the door. Stay away from the doors. Don't make noise. I'm in the bathroom. pushed the dresser against the bedroom door. Nicholas, what is this? I don't know. Some kind of outbreak. People getting sick. My phone's at 20% if the call drops. Text me. Save battery. Okay, I love you. Love you too. Stay quiet. After we hung up, I slid down the wall until I sat on the industrial gray carpet. A piece of gum had been ground into the corner near the door. Strange what you notice when your world collapses. My phone buzzed. Luke, don't come up here. Someone got bit in the stairwell. They're trying to get into the offices. I locked the doors, but I can hear them pounding. Group chat notification. My cousin's a cop. He said they got orders to withdraw. They're abandoning the streets. Text from my brother in Columbus. Seeing reports of Cleveland. Get out if you can. It's
Oh no!
spray. I checked CNN. Headline. CDC confirms outbreak of unknown pathogen. Extreme aggression. And marching group. Brief article.
Oh no!
Team protocols recommended. Avoid contact.
Well done!
Rituals. Transmission through bodily fluids. Symptoms manifest rapidly. Fever, confusion, violence. Comment section told a different story. People claiming the infected came back after being shot. Hospitals overrun. Military mobilized. Someone posted a photo of tanks on I-77. My hands shook. I hugged my knees.
Have care!
Clutched tight. Outbreak. Pathogen. Transmission. Text reports. Not Tuesday morning words. The building groaned. Deep resonant sound through the whole structure. Then alarms.
No mercy!
Fire alarms. Emergency alerts. Distorted through the elevator shaft into a cacophonic
Mid-heel!
Underneath it all, another sound. Screaming. Multiple voices. Primal terror. I tried Luke. No answer. Tried Jess. Whispered. Building main desk. Deadline. The fluorescent panel flickered 3 times and died. Emergency LEDs kicked in. Those amber lights casting everything in harsh shadows. Time. 9:31 a.m. 53 minutes trapped. Battery. 64%. I started a voice memo. Needed to document something. Leave something behind. Nicholas Larkin, October, Tuesday, Preston Building, downtown Cleveland. Battery at 64%. There's an outbreak. People attacking each other. News says it's a pathogen. Everyone says stay inside. Lynn from security said people are dying and getting back up. Mom said the same thing. The video showed it too. I paused. If people are actually... If this
Let the fire consume us!
Thou art a hero indeed!
That's a team. I ended the recording. Me texted.
Thou art a hero indeed!
I'm scared. I typed. You're safe where you are. Don't move. I love you. The elevator lurched hard. I slammed into the wall, phone flying. The metal box dropped 2 feet, maybe 3, before catching with a violent jerk. The cable screeched. Something massive had hit the elevator from above. I screamed for my phone. The screen cracked, malfunction. Battery, 61%. Above me through the ceiling panel, something scraped. Metal, metal, then a thud, then another. Something was
Have care!
the elevator.
The end is nigh!
Thou art a hero indeed!
Erratic and purposeless. Then a groan, low, wet, inhuman. One of them was up there, pressed against the wall. The thing above kept moving. I tracked its position by sound toward the doors back to the overhead again. It had fallen down the shaft, climbed down. My phone buzzed. Luke. Building's dark. Backup generator failed. Cell tower might not last. Nicholas, if you're there. They respond.
Thou art a man!
Thou art a hero indeed!
One's on top of the elevator. 3 minutes. No response. The scraping intensified. Stopped. 10 seconds of silence. Listening.
There thy
Well done!
Something pushed against it. The thin metal bent. Gray fingers curled through the edge. I bit my fist to keep from screaming. Any second it would break through. Come right here with me. The fingers withdrew. Panel popped back. Scraping moved toward the edge. Stopped. Had it left. I checked my phone. 10:03 a.m. 2 hours stock. Battery 58%. Joy. Still hear them outside. Are you okay? Still here, still safe. Battery. 15%. Turning phone off to save power. We'll check every hour. Good idea. The alarms had stopped. Now just silence punctuated by distant crashes. The shaft created its own sounds. Creaks, groans, whistling air through gaps. My stomach growled. I'd skipped breakfast. I pulled out my wallet, a photo of Joy from last summer at Cedar Point. Sunburned and smiling. Was she still alive? She texted 15 minutes ago. What if something had happened? Stop. She's fine. Whatever this was had spread too fast. 2 hours from normal to chaos. By tonight, much worse.
Oh no!
News update. Infection spreading beyond major cities. National emergency declared. Nation
Have care!
everywhere. No. Cuyahoga County Emergency Management. This is not a drill. Shelter in place. Do not travel. All roads blocked. Military establishing quarantine zones. If experiencing symptoms, fever, aggression, bleeding, isolate immediately. Help is not available at this time. It repeated. I hung up. Help is not available. Battery 53%. Time 10:47 a.m. Text to parents. Still stuck but safe. Stay locked inside. Love you. Try to get out when you can. Your father says get to the parking garage. Your car will be safer. She was right. But opening these doors, stepping into the unknown, I stood, approached the doors. My reflection stared back, tie loose, hair disheveled, eyes too wide. I pressed my ear against cold steel. Nothing from the other side. Just HVAC struggling, distant pipes sounding concrete. Could I force them? I had nothing. Phone, wallet, keys, pen. I wedged fingers into the seam. Didn't budge. Safety mechanism to prevent falls. Text from Jess. Nicholas, are you still there? Yeah, I out. Don't know. Haven't left the office. Logan and I blocked the door. 4 others with us. We hear them in the hallway. Sometimes they stop outside like they know. How'd they get in? Lobbies smashed open. Some cameras before most feet.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Out there. Maybe more. Nicholas, I saw Hannah. From accounting. She's one of them now. Huge wound on her throat. Just wandering past the security desk. Hannah, nice woman. Brought cookies on birthdays. Stay put in my tight. Don't open that door. Trust me. Battery, 50%. 30, conserving now. I sat back down. The walls felt closer. Air heavier, chest tight.
Well done!
In and out. Time, 11:12 a.m.
Oh no!
Battery, 49%. Facebook feed, chaos. People searching for family, empty stores, videos of infected attacking cars.
Oh no!
Streaming from everywhere. Dozens of those things showing through crashed vehicles. Everywhere. Comments from themes.
Bravo!
Mutation. God's judgment. Arguments about fighting versus fleeing. Desperate pleas for help. Mixed with posts.
Thou art a hero indeed!
A selfie. A Monday joke. Fossils from another world. My phone rang. Joy, are you okay? Nicholas. Voice tiny, terrified. They're trying to get in. At the front door, the knob keeps rattling. Did you lock the deadbolt? Yes, but they won't leave. 5 minutes of trying the door. I'm in the bathroom, lights off, scared they'll hear me. They'll move on. Crash. Wood splintering, Joy's sharp breath. They broke it. Where exactly? Bathroom. This door's locked too. I hear them in the apartment. Breaking things. Stay still. No sound. I'm trying. Thought it very close. They're right outside. Joy. Deadline. I called back. Voicemail. Again. Same. No. This wasn't happening. Call dropped. Towers overwhelmed. She called back. I stared at the screen. 5 seconds. 10. 30. Nothing. Text. Joy, please respond. Tell me you're okay. Deliver. Unread. Deliver. Unread. Maybe her battery died. Maybe she turned it off. Maybe she's hiding. Maybe she's dead. I slumped against the wall, vision blurring. Don't break down. Stay floating. Battery 43%. 11:41. Swayed. From above, something heavy scraped down metal. Falling. Impact. A whole bulge showed low right on top. The cable shrieked. I grabbed the railing as everything tilted right. The weight shifted, settled. Multiple bodies had fallen into the elevator. Scraping started again. Multiple sources. Things moving up there. One made that wet groan. The ceiling panel bulged from different spots simultaneously. They were testing, looking for a way in. I couldn't breathe. Then the door started opening, not from outside, from inside. Something had broken, the mechanism failing. Through the wide gap, 8 inches, then 12, I saw concrete below. The elevator had dropped, but caught at an angle. We were above floor level, maybe 3 feet higher than the corridor outside. The gap widened to 18 inches. 2 feet, hands appeared in the opening, pale, stained with dark fluid. Fingers groping at the edges, trying to force the doors wider. From outside the elevator, inside it, the doors fought back, motors whining. Slowly, inevitably, they gave way. 24 inches. 30. A face appeared in the gap. Gray skin stretched tight over the bone. Eyes clouded, pupils warm. Jaw working sounds.
Thou shalt not escape!
Please, no!
I stared at them. Slowly moved. The elevator was higher than the floor. I'd have to climb up to reach me. It tried. Fingers
Much
swept
better.
the elevator's edge. The gap wasn't wide enough yet. It fell back. Another joined it. Then another. All reaching up toward the opening. Toward me. Above me, the scraping intensified. The things on the roof had heard the doors open.
Much better.
Was trapped between them, above and below. The doors still opening. The elevator groaning under the weight. Battery, 38%. Time, 11:56 a.m. The cable shrieked again. Everything dropped 6 inches. Stopped with a jerk and knocked me on my knees. The doors reached full open. 3 feet of space between the elevator floor and the corridors.
Not today! Thou shalt not escape!
Fingers inches from the edge. One of them began to climb. The thing below grabbed the elevator's edge. Fingers bent. Skin tore, hanging loose. It pulled itself inch by inch. Jaws snapping in empty air. I scrambled backward until I saw my window.
Thou shalt not escape!
The sound as when the creature pawns, hands tilted toward the sun. I felt the filth, nearly drawing it. I answered, thinking,
More heal!
professional voice, chill. Be man, strained, controlled. Yes. This is the CDC emergency response. We're conducting automated wellness checks. Are you currently in a secure location?
Thou shalt not escape!
Pause. Keyboard clicking. Elevator location. Preston Building.
Ha!
Downstairs.
Ha!
We dropped. Mr. Larkin, do not attempt to exit the elevator. The virus is transmitted.
No!
Avoid all physical contact with symptomatic individuals. Symptoms include fever, aggression, hemorrhaging, and the line cut out. Stared at the screen. Call ended. Battery 35%. The infected man had pulled his upper body onto the elevator floor. His legs tangled in the gap, kicking uselessly. Dripped from his mouth. One eye was completely gone. Just a ragged socket.
Do not falter!
I tried to move.
Much better.
Focus. Press the emergency button again. Static. The lens released.
Much better.
Edge to death.
Thou shalt not escape!
Nicholas, you're still alive. Barely. What's happening out there? They're everywhere. The building. Her breath came in gasps. Much knew the cameras until the system went down. They got to the 12th floor, then the 15th. People tried to run to the roof, but oh god, the stairs are full of them. Lynn, where are you? Still in the monitor.
Prepare thyself!
The door.
Fine form!
Not today!
Hero!
No!
A crash in the background. I have to go. I have to. Deadline. The infected man in the elevator doorway pulled himself fully inside. His legs were mangled, one bent backward at the knee. He couldn't stand. Instead, he crawled toward me, dragging his raw body across the carpet. The sound was wet, deliberate. My phone buzzed. Multiple messages coming out. Kirsten's strength fluctuated. Luke, Jess's bit. She didn't tell us. Happened in the stairwell before we got back to the office. She just collapsed, started convulsing. Nicholas, we had to lock her in the conference room. I typed back. Between bite and symptoms. Maybe 20 minutes, she's
Thou shalt not escape!
break through the glass. You can see her face pressed against it. Cleveland's watching it all hours. They're showing aerial footage. Fires everywhere. Nobody's getting in or out. Mom and Dad say they love you. I took a smile.
Much better.
The thing in the elevator was 6 feet away. Things stared back to spot. Connected with its shoulder, knocking it sideways. It didn't make a sound, just reoriented and kept coming. Below, in the corridor, 2 more faces appeared in the opening. A woman with her jaw hanging loose, connected by strips of flesh. A man missing half his scalp, brain visible through sugar. They reached up, trying to follow the first one. Time.
Not today! Thou shalt not escape!
2%. Text from my aunt in Columbus. Can you get out? They're saying the outbreak started.
Fizzle!
Ah! Uncle wants to drive up there, and I told him it's suicide. Please tell me you're safe.
Ah! Much better.
She answered immediately. Nicholas, thank God. Are you trapped?
Much better. Ah!
Hero!
Stay in Columbus like your doors. Don't trust anyone who looks aggressive, bleeding.
Not today!
Auntie, if someone gets bit, they turn. It takes about 20 minutes, maybe less. Silence. Then, turn into the infected. I don't know what else to call them. More silence. I heard Uncle Paul's voice in the background, urgent and questioning. Nicholas, your cousin Aiden was in Cleveland for a conference. He was staying downtown. Have you heard from him? He stopped and dropped. No. When did you last talk to him? This morning.
No mercy!
He said something was happening outside his hotel. People running. Sirens. Then his phone rang again. I closed my eyes. If he was downtown...
Please, no!
Please.
Much better.
Her voice broke. Just don't. The crawling infected reached my feet. I kicked again.
Much better.
The child stopped its head. Something cracked. It felt still for 3 seconds. Then started moving again. Listen, I love you. Tell everyone I love them. I hung up before she could respond. The thing grabbed my ankle. Fingers closed around my leg with horrible strength. I jerked back, but the grip held. It pulled itself closer, mouth opening wide. I slowed down, its wrist with my free foot. Once, twice, 3 times. One flushed the hand loosened. I tore free, pressing it.
Not today! Fizzle!
My phone rang again. Joy's the answer with shaky hands. Joy, please tell me you're Nicholas. Male voice, deep, unfamiliar.
Ha!
Is this
Much
Nicholas?
better.
Is this where's Joy? My name's David. I live across the hall from her from my school. She's here with me now. I followed through.
Do not shoot her! Hero!
She's been bit on the arm. They got in before I could reach her. She killed one with a kitchen knife, but the other one, he trailed off. She's in my bathroom now. Door's locked. She told me to call you. How long ago was she bitten? Maybe 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 more until the fever hit. Until she changed. Let me talk to her.
This cannot be!
A door opening. Joy's voice, weak and terrified. Nicholas, I'm here. I'm still here. I can feel it. Something's wrong inside me. My arm burns. The bite won't stop bleeding. She was crying. I'm scared. I don't want to come back. You're not going to. Don't.
Not today!
David told me about his neighbor. 20 minutes after she got
today. Much better.
I need you to know something, she continued. That weekend we spent at Cedar Point, that was the happiest I've ever been. I kept the phone from the Ferris wheel. It's in
Thou shalt not escape!
I'm sorry, neither can I get out of there. I'm sorry, I can't. It's changed. I became strong.
This cannot be!
My head, everything's getting hot. Tell my parents I'm sorry. Tell them. The phone dropped. I heard it clatter on tile. Joy's breathing turned ragged. Then a moan, low and wet. David's voice came back, farther away now. She's changing. Her eyes are becoming her eyes. I have to go. I'm sorry. The call ended. I stared at the phone. Battery.
Fizzle!
12:31 p.m. Joy was gone. Not dead. Worse than dead. The crawling infected had reached my feet again. I didn't have the energy.
This cannot be!
Just watched it drag itself closer, jaw working soundlessly. Then the elevator dropped again. No warning. Just a sudden lurch, and we were falling. Not the controlled descent from before. Actual free fall. My stomach jumped into my throat. I grabbed the railing with both hands as everything went weightless. 2 seconds, 3.
Fizzle!
We hit. The impact drove me to my knees. Something in the elevator mechanism screamed. Metal on metal, high and prolonged. The crawling infected slammed into the front wall with a wet thud. The lights went out. Complete darkness except for my phone's screen glow. It stopped in vain. The whole elevator tilted forward maybe 20 degrees.
Not today!
To the floor. The door opening was now
No mercy!
in the blackness, I heard movement. Multiple sources.
Ha!
Infected
Much better.
climbing in now. The gap was wide enough. They didn't need to pull themselves out. I activated the phone's flash. Beam cut through the darkness, illuminating shapes. 4 of them now inside the elevator with me. The crawler with its broken body. The woman with the hanging jaw. The man with exposed brain. And a new one. Small frame. Torn clothing. Face covered in blood. Could have been male or female. Didn't matter anymore. They moved toward me, slow but inevitable. The crawler dragged itself. The others walked, stumbling over debris. The elevator groaned. Metal creaked. We were still dropping. Not falling, but sliding. Whatever was holding us up, cables, emergency brakes, was failing incrementally.
Not today! I cannot fall!
Getting my feet off the ground. The rail was maybe 4 inches wide. Hard to get. It took me seconds.
No mercy!
Battery, 24%. Message from the number I didn't recognize.
Ha!
This is emergency
Much better.
broadcast system. All Cleveland residents. City is under mandatory evacuation. Military establishing security. Attempt to reach downtown hospitals.
Thou shalt not escape!
Infection has spread to 73% of the metropolitan area. Symptoms appear 15 to 30 minutes after exposure. There is no cure. Avoid the infected at all costs. This message will repeat. 73% in less than 4 hours. The small infected reached the wall below me. Looked up. Face tilted back. Mouth opened. It jumped. I jerked sideways. Fingers brushed my leg. Lost my balance. Fell. Landed on my shoulder on the tilted floor. Pain shot down my arm. The phone flew from my hand, flashlight beam spinning wildly before coming to rest facing the ceiling. Hands grabbed me. Multiple sets. My phone swinging, connected with something soft. Heard a crunch. Kept fighting. One of them bit my jacket. Teeth scraped against the leather but didn't penetrate. I twisted.
This cannot be!
Elbow into its face, it fell back. I crawled toward my phone. Fingers closed around it. Used the light to see. They'd formed a half circle around me, 4 infected, all reaching. Behind them, through the open doors, I could see the corridor. More shapes moving in the darkness. Drawn by the noise. The elevator dropped a lever foot, stopped. The angle increased. Everything slid toward the front wall. Above me, something heavy hit the roof. Then another impact. Then another. More bodies falling down the shaft. And many had died trying to get out. silence. The ceiling panel that had held before finally gave way. 2 infected tumbled through, landing in a heap near the control panel. 1 didn't get up, neck bent at an impossible angle. The other struggled to its feet. 6 of them now, in an elevator that was barely holding together. With me. My phone screen showed a notification. Jess calling. I answered, pressing the phone to my ear with my shoulder while keeping my hands free. Nicholas, if you can hear this, we're leaving. The moment on the floor, something small on the 14th floor. Smoke's filling the hallways. Equipment's off the stairs. Luke says, coughing. Luke says to tell you this. So we come down. If you get out, head north away from downtown. The news says, gunfire, multiple shots close. They're in the stairwell, they're coming up, we're trapped. Nicholas, we're screaming. Multiple voices, then wet sounds. Jess's voice cut off mid-cry. The line stayed open. I could hear things in the background. Sounds moving. Then footsteps, someone picked up the phone. Hello? Luke's voice, overall, thick, slow. Then the call ended.
Thou shalt not escape!
3 p.m. The infected in the elevator pressed
Much better.
was back into the floor now. Off to go.
Ah!
Rail dug into my spine. My phone buzzed one final time. Message from Mom. Your father and I are leaving, going to his mother's farm in Pennsylvania. Phone's almost dead. If you see this, know that we love you more.
Ah!
You were the best thing that ever happened to us. We're so proud of you. Please survive. Please find a way. We'll wait for you. We'll never stop waiting. Tears blurred my vision. I couldn't respond. My fingers wouldn't work. The elevator shuddered. A sound like tearing fabric, but huge. The cables were going. One of the infected lunged. I dodged.
Much better.
Another cable kicked free. The small one jumped again. This time caught my arm. Teeth scraped skin but didn't break through. The elevator 6 inches. Stopped with a jolt that sent everyone stumbling. Through the open doors I saw it. A face in the corridor darkness, but not infected. Clear eyes, focused, human. Here, I shouted, someone's in here. The face moved closer, female, middle-aged, blood on her clothes, but walking normally. She reached the elevator window, looked inside. Our eyes met. Behind her, something moved in the shadows. Fast. She turned, but not fast enough. An infected tapped.
Don't falter!
Thou shalt not escape!
I watched her fight, watched her lose, watched her stop moving. When she twitched, said,
Much better.
change. The elevator cable snapped with a sound like a gunshot. We dropped. The emergency brakes engaged. Screaming. We slowed but didn't stop. The infected tumbled, crashing into the walls, into each other, into me. I grabbed the handrail, held on. The elevator fell 15 feet, 20, then caught again.
Not today! No mercy!
Mechanism failed completely. They ground together, bells scraping. 6 inches apart. 8, 4. Appeared in the closing gate. Already infected, fully turned. She thrust her arm through, trying to force the doors open. The doors closed, kept closing. Cracked, blood sprayed. The arm separated and the elbow fell into the elevator. The door cinched.
Thou shalt not escape!
Complete except for my phone's dying light. The infected arm twitched on the floor. The things around me moaned. The elevator creaked and groaned. Battery, 12%. We were still dropping, slowly. The brakes barely holding. Someone banged on the doors from outside, 3 impacts. Then
Not
hands
today!
appeared in the gap.
Much better.
Non-infected hands, human hands. Fingers curled around the edge, trying to pry them open. A voice from the other side. Is someone in there? Can you
More
hear me?
heal!
I tried to
More heal!
tried to say yes, help me, please help me. But the elevator lurched downward. The hands disappeared, and we fell.
Fizzle!
The elevator hit me.
Do not
The
falter!
teeth. The impact threw me against the wall. light spinning before going dark. The screen had vision. For 5 seconds, maybe 10, there was absolute silence. Then the alarm started. The infected and the operator moved to surround searching for my phone. My fingers found it near the corner.
Thou shalt not escape! Not today!
0%. I was alone in the dark with 6 infected.
Thou shalt not escape!
And then screamed. The door was someone was pointing.
No!
A sliver of light appeared, widened. A woman's face appeared in the gap, backlit by emergency lighting from the corridor. Dark hair pulled back, sharp eyes assessing the situation. Can you move? Her voice was steady, controlled. Yes, but there are... I see them. When I get this open, climb out fast. Don't stop for anything. The doors fought her. She wedged something, a crowbar maybe, into the gap and leveraged it wider. 12 inches, 18, 2 feet. One of the infected pushed toward the opening. She swung the crowbar, connected with its skull.
Not falter!
Thistle!
I scrambled toward the light, hands wrapped.
Do not falter!
Kicked free through
Thou shalt not escape!
landed hard on concrete.
Not today!
Then slammed something heavy against the partially open doors. Filing cabinet. Seconds.
No!
She ran backward, pulling me to my feet. Can you run? My legs barely worked, but I nodded. We ran. The corridor was emergency lit, casting everything in dim red. Blood streaked the walls. Bodies lay scattered, some still. Others twitched. Where are we? I gasped. Sub-basement, surface-level storage.
Not falter!
She navigated without hesitation. Connection of return. Diane. I was on 14 when it started.
Not today!
Nicholas. I was...
Have care!
I heard you earlier and tried to reach you for Yes. I found the cabinet scraped across the floor. The infected were pushing through. Diane led me through a maze of passages. Pipes of steam air was thick and hot. The building's gone, she said as we moved. Fire on multiple floors. Structural damage. Power's completely out except emergency systems. Those will fail soon. How many people are left? Haven't seen anyone alive in 40 minutes. Heard gunshots earlier. Then nothing.
Hero!
Much better!
Listen. Silence from the other side. Where are we going? I asked. Front entrance.
Much better! No!
There's a side exit near the loading dock. Fewer of them there. Maybe we can get out. She opened the door slowly. The stairwell was dark. Our footsteps echoed as we climbed. I counted floors by the numbers painted on the walls. Sub-basement 2, sub-basement 1, ground level. Diane held up a hand. Stopped. Listened. Shuffling sounds from above. Multiple sources.
Not falter!
She whispered. We retreated to the ground level landing. She pulled me into a janitor's closet.
Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Oh!
I saw them pass. 8, maybe 10 infected.
Well done!
They're hurting, Diane said quietly. Been watching them. They move in packs now, like they're coordinating. I thought they were just instinctive. They are. But instinct can look like intelligence when nothing can get them. They follow food to eat. When one finds prey, others converge.
Hero!
Checklist. Clear. We climbed to
This cannot be!
the lobby was sealed. Emergency lockdown. But Diane knew another route. Through a maintenance corridor, past abandoned offices to a loading dock access. The loading dock door was heavy steel. Diane examined it, checking the manual release. This opens onto Prospect Street, she said.
Not today! Thou shalt not escape!
I don't know what's out there. Keep it clear. Could be crawling with you.
Please, no!
Stand for rescue.
Much better!
Her expression said everything. Nobody's coming, I said. Nobody's coming. She started working. Yes. I think this was good. Until she asked what she wanted.
Thou shalt not escape! Thistle!
Jesus, it's
Ha!
Hero!
For 10 hours. 10 hours. It felt like days. That wonderful. Next.
Much better.
Sick. We thought it was fun.
Don't falter!
First meeting. Seizures. We called 911, but they never came. He stopped breathing. We thought he was dead. She paused, still working the mechanism. Then he got up. How long between death and maybe 5 minutes? We went after the receptionist first. Maybe 3, then chaos. Within 20 minutes, half the floor was infected. The receptionist. Did she turn? Yes. Faster than the first one, maybe 15 minutes. The mechanism groaned, started to give. The bites accelerated. Direct introduction of the virus into the bloodstream. You sound like you know all this. I have a biology degree. It doesn't take a genius to recognize an infectious agent. Blood-borne transmission. Rapid onset, neurological damage, aggressive behavior. The door slammed. This is unusual. Worst one in human history. She pulled the door open. Evening air rushed in. Cooler than the stale building atmosphere. I could smell smoke, distant fires burning. The loading dock was empty. A single truck sat abandoned, driver's door open. Beyond it, Prospect Street. Cars scattered across the pavement. Fires burning trash cans. And infected. Dozens of them. Wandering aimlessly through the urban wasteland. We can't go back there, Amy said. We can't stay here either. Hey, buildings coming down, fires spreading. Then where? She pointed north. See that office complex? 3 blocks. High security building. My company leased space there before we moved to Preston. It has a secure garage and forced doors. If we can reach it, we might be able to wait out the first wave. First wave? This won't last forever. The infected don't need to drink. They're running on whatever energy their bodies had left. Give it a few days, then stop dropping. Dehydration, organ failure. Then it's just cleaning. A few days, maybe a week, maybe more. Eventually the herd thins. That's when survivors like us have a chance. To the infected shambling through the street. Try to imagine them all dead. Try to imagine a week hiding in a dark building with no food or water. I don't know if I can make it a week, I said. Then you won't. She met my eyes. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Most people who are alive right now will be dead by morning. Most who survive tomorrow will be dead by the end of the week. But some of us will make it. Some of us are smart enough, lucky enough, tough enough. Question is, are you? I thought about Joy, Mom and Dad, about Mark and Jess, about everyone I talked to today who was probably dead now. I don't know, I admitted. Fair answer. She checked the street again. I'm going for that office building. You can come with me or stay here. Your choice. I looked back at the Preston building. My prison for 10 hours. The place where my world had ended. Smoke poured from all windows. The structure groaned. It was dying. I'm coming. Good, stay close, move quiet. Oops. If I say run, you run. If I say hide, you hide. No questions, understood? Understood. One more thing. She pulled something from my hair. A rough, 8-inch blade. You know how to use this? Not really. Point end goes in the infected. Aim for the head if you can. Body moves, don't stop them. Head trauma does. She pressed it into my hand. Don't hesitate, they're not people anymore. I gripped the knife. It felt heavy. Diane moved to the edge of the loading dock, watching the infected patterns, waiting for an opening. Painful waves, she explained quietly. Watch. They cluster. Drift apart. Cluster again. When I think, we move during the drift. I watched. She was right. The infected moved in a loose rhythm, almost like breathing. On 3, she said. 1, 2, 3, go. We dropped from the loading dock, hit the pavement running, moved between cars. The infected didn't react immediately. We made it 20 feet before it opened its head. It moaned. Others responded. Started moving toward us. Don't stop, Diane commanded. We cut through an alley, emerged on the next street. More infected. pedestrian access. The glass door was intact, locked. She smashed it with the crowbar. The sound carried. The infected turned towards us from every direction. Inside, now. We dove through the door. Diane immediately started piling furniture against it. A desk, chairs, a heavy reception podium. Outside, the infected converged. They pressed against the glass. The remaining panes cracked under the pressure. Stairs, Diane said. Upper floors, away from ground level. We ran deeper into the building. Found the emergency stairs. Climbed. Behind us, glass shattered. They were coming in. We made it to the 5th floor before Diane stopped. Pulled me into an office suite. Locked the door. This will hold for now, she said, breathing hard. Get away from the door. Stay quiet. We moved to the far corner, sat with our backs against the wall. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. Just listened to our own breathing and the distant sounds of the infected below. It's getting dark, I said, looking out the window. The sun was setting. The city burned against the twilight. First night, Diane said. Supposedly they're less active at night, vision-based hunters, but I don't know if that's true. Where did you hear that? Nowhere, just hoping. I almost laughed. After everything, we were reduced to hope. Tell me something, she said after a while. What were you thinking about in that elevator for 10 hours alone? What goes through your mind? Everyone I might lose. Everyone I probably already lost. I paused. What were you thinking about on 14? Same thing. Also, how unfair it is. I survived the initial outbreak, fought my way through infected co-workers, made it to a secure room. Then the building caught fire, had to run again. Almost made it out. Then the elevator fell and I heard you shouting, and I thought I could leave. I could get out right now, but someone's alive in there. She shook her head. Stupid, really. You could have been infected, could have been a trap. Why did you help me? Because we're what's left. The few who made it through the first day. If we don't help each other, we're already dead. Outside, the sounds diminished. The infected were dispersing, finding other prey or simply losing interest. We should rest, Diane said. Take turns on watch. You sleep first. I don't think I can. Try anyway. Tomorrow's going to be harder. I closed my eyes, expected to see infected faces. Instead, I saw the elevator, that small metal box that had been my world for 10 hours. I'd entered it that morning thinking about spreadsheets and coffee. I'd exited it into hell, but I'd survived. Against probability, against logic, against everything. I'd survived. I opened my eyes. Diane? Yeah. Thank you. Thank me if we make it through the week. I settled back against the wall. Through the window, Cleveland burned. The first night of the outbreak settled over the city like a shrine. Somewhere out there, maybe Mom and Dad were safe. Maybe some of the others had made it. Maybe we were the only ones left. I thought about the elevator one last time. I'd stepped in that morning hating our job, hating the routine, wishing for something different. The universe had answered with a plague, and gone to work in a world that made sense. A world of traffic and coffee and corners. I'd survived to see that world die. And now, in this office on the 5th floor with a stranger who risked her life to save mine, I faced the night. The real first night of whatever came next. Outside, the infected moaned. Inside, we breathed. And for now, for this moment, that was enough. Hello, survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the story. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate it, and thank you in advance. Please leave the name of the city you're listening from in the comment section below. It helps us see our reach in the community. Let's start the story. The metal bench was cold against my back. I'd been sitting on it for 3 hours now, watching dust particles drift through the single shaft of morning light that managed to squeeze through the narrow window above. The Riverside Police Department wasn't exactly a palace, just a small town station with 2 holding cells, a handful of desks, and that perpetual smell of burnt coffee mixed with industrial cleaner that seemed to coat the inside of my nostrils. Officer Lou sat at his desk maybe 20 feet away, hacking at a keyboard with 2 fingers. The click-clack of the keys was driving me insane, but at least it was something to focus on besides the throbbing in my temples and the sick pain in my stomach. I didn't deserve this. Not this time. Sure, I have a history. 2 DUIs in 3 years, a suspended license I'd stupidly driven on anyway, and a string of poor decisions that read like a manual on how to waste your 20s. Last night I was stone cold sober, heading home from my job at the warehouse when that woman came out of nowhere. Just stumbled off the curb and straight into my path, moving with this weird lurching shuffle, like her legs weren't quite working right. I slammed the brakes, felt the sickening thump, saw her body roll across the hood. The scream that came out of me was pure agony. Guilt, just horror at what had happened. I jumped out of the car, hands shaking, expecting to find her injured, maybe dying. When I got to her, she was
Well done! Thou art a hero indeed!
And decided the story for himself. Didn't matter what I said. Didn't matter that I begged him to look at her, to see that something was seriously wrong with her. He cuffed me, read me my rights in that board with the top codes.
Thou art a hero indeed!
And brought me here.
Well done! Oh no!
Mid-40s, stringy hair, wearing a jacket covered in paint stains. He'd been picked up for trying to break into his ex-wife's house, though he swore he was just getting his dog back. We'd exchanged maybe 10 words since I arrived. He mostly sat there picking at his fingernails and muttering to himself. The TV mounted on the wall was on. Local news playing at low volume. Some anchor with 2 white teeth was talking about traffic delays on the interstate. Monday morning stuff. The kind of mundane broadcast that made everything feel routine, like the world was still spinning on its axis the way it always had. Lou answered his phone. His voice carried across the quiet station. Yeah, dispatch, what's the wait? Slow down. What do you mean multiple attacks? I saw him straighter. Eugene stopped picking his nails. How many units? Lou was standing now, his free hand running through his thinning hair. Jesus Christ, all of them. What about county? The morning light seemed thinner suddenly, like the dust particles were multiplying, clouding the air. I could feel my pulse in my ears, that instinctive animal awareness that something was shifting. Lou hung, stood there for a moment staring at his desk like it might provide answers. Then he moved to the window, pulled back the vertical blinds, and looked down at Main Street. What's going on? I called out. My voice sounded too loud in the small space. He didn't answer, just kept staring out that window. Eugene shuffled to the bars of his cell.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Still nothing. On the TV, the anchor's smile had frozen. She was touching her earpiece, listening to something. Then her face changed. The professional veneer cracked just for a second, revealing something underneath that looked like fear. We're getting reports of incidents across the city, she said, her voice pitching higher. Multiple 911 calls coming in regarding violent attacks. We don't have all the details yet, but authorities are asking residents to...
Thou art a hero indeed!
The street I didn't recognize. People running and screaming. And there, in the center of the frame, a man was crouched over something. Someone. His head snapped up in the camera through the grainy video. I could see his face was covered in dark liquid. His mouth was...
Bravo!
My stomach lurched. Jesus, Eugene whispered. The footage cut back to the studio. The anchor was pale now, one hand pressed to her ear. Authorities are saying to stay indoors. Lock your doors and... Lou grabbed his radio. Unit 12 to dispatch. Here. stayed on. A static burst from the speaker, then a voice emerged.
The end is nigh!
Thou art a hero indeed!
They're not responding to commands. They just keep... Oh God, they're everywhere. I need backup. I need... Gunshots clear as day through the radio. 3 quick pops, then sustained fire, then nothing but static again. Lou tried 2 more channels. The same thing. Chaos, screaming, gunshots, and then silence. He turned to look at us. His face changed.
Thou art a hero indeed! Do not falter!
Both of you don't make a sound. What's happening? Why do you...
No!
Let me out of here. Whatever's going on, I can help. You're staying right where you are. His voice was sharp, final, but his hand was trembling as he reached for his service weapon, checking the magazine like he didn't quite believe it was loaded. A car horn blared outside, long and sustained. Then it cut off abruptly, replaced by screaming. A woman's voice roared with terror calling for help. Then nothing. The TV cycled through more footage now. Multiple camera angles, all showing the same nightmare. A hospital entrance mobbed by people, some fleeing, others staggering toward the doors with that same horror from that scene.
Bravo!
Up
there! Hero!
A parking lot where bodies lay scattered across the pavement. This can't be real, Eugene said, his voice barely above a whisper. This is some kind of prank, right? Like that War of the Worlds thing? But it wasn't. I could see it in Lou's face, and the way his hand shook as he moved to the weapon locker. This was real, and it was happening right now. The radio crackled again. All units, be advised, space were secure. Transport injured to hospitals. The infection is spreading through medical facilities. If you have a bitten or scratch, quarantine yourself immediately. Symptoms present within. The transmission cut out. Lou pulled out a shotgun, checked it, set it on his desk. His movements were methodical, but I could see the tremor in his fingers. Officer, I said, keeping my voice calm, you need to let us out if something's happening out there. You're safer in there. He didn't look at me. Those bars will protect you better than being out on the street. Protect us from what? I finally turned. From whatever the hell is turning people into animals. Eugene moved to the bars of his cell. What do you mean turning people? Look at footage. That's gotta be fake special effects or something. Dispatch doesn't call in every event.
Bravo!
His voice was flat. George and Freeman were responding to reports of a disturbance in the hospital. Leah, baby, where are you? His face went slack. No, don't go there. Your mother's facility. It's not safe. Nothing's safe right now. He listened, his free hand gripping the edge of his desk so hard his knuckles went white. I know you need to see her. But please, just stay home. Lock the doors. Don't let anyone in. I'll come get you as soon as I can. He closed his eyes. I love you. Tell the kids I love them. I'll be there soon. I promise. He ended the call and stood there, phone still pressed to his ear, like he couldn't quite believe the conversation was over. Through the window, I could see him from the main street. At first, just a few people walking with that same strange, shuffling motion I'd seen before the wind hit. Then more, a dozen, 2 dozen, all moving in the same direction, probably something I couldn't see or hear. He noticed it then. He moved to the window, pulling the blinds wider. My God, he whispered. What is it? Eugene asked. They're everywhere, coming from every direction. He stepped back from the window. We need to lock this place down. Now. He moved to the front door, checking the deadbolt. Then he grabbed a chair from one of the desks and wedged it under the handle. Started pulling filing cabinets toward the entrance. Hey, I called out. You can't just leave us in here if something happens to you. You'll be safer than me, he said, not looking at us. Those bars are stronger than anything I can build. The front door rattled once, twice, then harder like someone was testing it. Lou froze, filing cabinet halfway to the door. A face appeared in the window beside the entrance. Pale, hollow-eyed, jaw hanging slack. It pressed against the glass, leaving a smear of dark fluid, and began to moan. A low, constant sound that made my skin crawl. Another face appeared, then another. Within seconds, there were 5 of them, all pressed against the window, all making that same horrible sound. "Get away from there," Lou shouted at them. "Back off." They didn't respond, didn't even seem to hear him, just kept pressing against the glass, hands rising to scrape at the window frame. The door rattled again, harder this time. Wood groaned against the frame. Lou ran to finish the barricade, shoving the filing cabinet against the door, just as something slammed into it from outside. The impact was hard enough to shift the cabinet, to make the whole frame shatter. "Officer," Eugene's voice was high. Panicked. "What the hell are those things?" "I don't know." Lou grabbed another desk, dragging it toward the door. "Just stay quiet. Stay back from the bars." The door to the station burst open. Officer Talbot stumbled through before Lou could finish the barricade. His uniform was torn, dark stains covering the front of his shirt. His face was pale, almost gray, and his eyes had a glassy, unfocused quality that made my stomach turn. "Talbot." Lou dropped the desk. "Jesus, what happened? Where's Patterson?" Talbot didn't answer, just stood there swaying on the doorway, his mouth hanging open. A thin line of dark fluid dripped from his lower lip, spattering on the floor. Behind him through the open door I could see them. Dozens of those things shuffling up the street toward the station, drawn by the movement, the noise, the living. Talbot leaned too close to the door, moving toward him slowly. That's when Talbot lunged. It was fast, impossibly fast for someone who looked half dead. He grabbed Lou by the shoulders and drove him backward, slamming him against the wall beside the weapon locker. Talbot was stunned. Talbot's grip was iron.
Well done!
Talbot's head snapped forward, jaws opening wide. Lou got his arm up just in time, and Talbot's teeth sank into his forearm instead of his throat. Lou screamed. The sound was primal, filling the small station. Eugene and I were both yelling, rattling the bars. We were useless, trapped, forced to watch. Lou's freedom had found his service weapon. He drew it, pressed it against Talbot's throat, and fired 3 times in rapid succession. The shots were deafening and came close his face. Talbot jerked with each impact, but his jaw stayed locked on Lou's arm. Blood poured from the bullet wounds when he didn't let go. Didn't even seem to feel it. Lou adjusted his aim. The bullet caught Talbot in the temple, and he finally released his grip, stumbling backward. But he didn't fall. Didn't drop. Just stood there, swaying, head tilted at a long angle with half his skull blown away, still reaching for Lou with twitching fingers. Fired again. This time Talbot collapsed, hitting the floor and collapsed. Lou backed away, clutching his weapon. Blood soaked through his sleeve, dripping steadily onto the linoleum. What was... He didn't finish. Through the open door they were coming. The moaning intensified as the mass of bodies outside realized the entrance was open. Lou ran to the door, using his gun to slash the deadbolt. Grabbed the desk he'd dropped and shoved it against the frame. Then the filing cabinet. Then another desk. Bodies slammed into the door from outside. Once, twice, then a sustained swirl that made the whole wall shake.
Hero!
The barricade. His movements getting slower, more labored. His face was pale, shiny with sweat. The wound on his arm had stopped bleeding as much, but the edges of the bite were turning an ugly purple-gray.
Thou shalt not escape!
Listen carefully. You need to sit down. You're hurt bad. Can't. He shoved another cabinet against the door. Have to secure it. And inside the door shattered. Glass exploded inward and bubbles reached through immediately.
Thou shalt not escape! Ha!
Reaching, fingers grasping at empty air. Lou grabbed the shotgun from his desk and fired twice into the window. The arm
Much better!
He fired again, and again. Then the shotgun clicked empty. The door was holding barely.
Thou shalt not escape! Much better!
It splintered around the frame. The deadbolt groaned but held. Lou reloaded with shaking hands, dropping shells that clattered across the floor. His wounded arm hung limply at his side. convulsions spreading up past his arm to his shoulder. Eugene
Not
asked
today.
quietly, "How long before you turn into one of them?" Lou looked at him, then at the wound. "I don't know. Talbot. He looked like he'd been infected for a while. Maybe hours." He touched the bite gingerly, wincing. "This just happened. Maybe I've got time. Maybe..." Another assault on the door cut him off. The barricade held. I could see cracks forming in the door frame. The hinges were closed for a while. We fired through the broken window again.
More healed.
Taking a position between ourselves. He was breathing hard, favoring his wounded arm. And the grayish tint had spread to his neck now, visible above his collar. "Keys."
Fizzle!
His good hand. "You'll need the keys. For the
Not today.
The brass one."
No mercy.
He said, "Don't talk like that. You're going to be fine." "No."
Hero!
And his eyes were clearer than they'd been since Tom had bit him. "No, I'm not. My turn. When I become one of those things,
Much
you need
better.
to be able to defend yourselves." He tried to unhook the key ring from his belt.
More healed.
His fingers weren't working right.
Oh,
I felt the clip slipping off. Unable
more
to
healed.
Can't. Fingers. He looked at his hand like it belonged to someone else. A tremor ran through his body. Small at first, then stronger. His jaw clenched, muscles in his neck standing out like cables.
Do not flutter!
Space to spite the cold air. It's starting. He gasped. I can feel it.
More healed.
Something's spreading inside. He staggered to the barricade.
No
He was
mercy.
waiting to shore it up as another wave of bodies hit from inside. The moaning was constant now, a wall of sound that seemed to vibrate in my chest. "Officer Lou," I gripped the bars. "Move away from there. Way.
Much better.
Get back." But he stayed
Oh.
wedging his shoulder against a filing cabinet that was starting to slide. "Have to hold them off." Black fluid leaked from his nose. He wiped
Much
it
better.
off. His hand
Flutter!
came away dark. "What is this?" His knees buckled. when he
More
threw
healed.
himself on the barricade. Through the broken window, I could see them. So many of them now, pressed against each other, all reaching toward the station. Some were missing limbs, others had gaping wounds.
Much better.
One lower jaw
Much better.
that still made that terrible moaning sound through its exposed throat. The door frame cracked. Just a small split in the middle. One until fingers pushed through.
Not today.
They walked into the gap, pulling, winding it. He fired his pistol at the fingers. Biffed, fired again. Hit. The fingers disappeared. Others took their place immediately. He turned to look at us. There was something on his face that made my blood run cold. Recognition. Understanding.
Not today.
He knew what was happening to him.
No mercy.
"Promise me," he said, his voice thick. "When I'm gone, when I'm not me anymore, you get out. You survive. You don't let this be for nothing." "We promise," Eugene said. "But you're not. I am." Bruce
Much better.
Do not flutter!
pressed against a filing cabinet. I can feel it inside my head. Something's changing.
Much better. Ah.
Fuzzy, hard to focus. He looked at the key still attached to his belt, then at his useless fingers.
Thou shalt not escape.
And pushed his muscle. The claw
Not today.
getting the key ring loose. It fell to the floor beside him with a metallic clink. "Brass key," he mumbled. "Weapon locker. Don't be stupid. Aim for the head."
This cannot be!
His eyes were losing focus now, the pupils dilating until they almost swallowed the color. The gray discoloration had reached his jaw, creeping up the side of his face in visible tendrils. "Leah," he whispered. "Tell Leah, tell her I tried. Tell her I'm sorry." Another massive impact against the door. The top hinge tore partially free.
Fizzle.
The door tilted inward. The barricade shifted, sliding back several inches. He didn't seem to notice. He just sat there against the filing cabinet.
Thou shalt not escape.
As the infection spread through his body like poison through water.
Hero!
Somehow they knew the barrier was failing. Inside, the smells were pushing back as the minutes ticked. The sun was iron, approaching the moon. 6 hours since I left yesterday. 6 hours since inside continued to grow. Watched the skin turn grayer in a minute. Watched the barricade shift and groan under the constant assault. The keys lay on the floor 6 feet from us, close enough to see, impossibly far away. And the first part of my 12-hour nightmare was just beginning.
Fizzle! Thou shalt not escape!
No!
Inside, Lou sat against the barricade, his back pressed to
Much better.
staring at nothing. His chest rose and fell in shallow, irregular breaths. The gray discomfort
Thou shalt not escape!
making him look like a corpse that hadn't figured out it was dead yet. The keys lay on the floor where he dropped them, maybe 6 feet from my cell.
Much better.
Close enough that I could see the brass key he mentioned, smaller than the others.
Much better.
Eugene Pence for 20 minutes. He sat in the front of his staring at me with the kind of expressions.
Prepare thyself!
The moaning continued. Constant. Relentless. Through the broken window, I could see Lou still reaching, they still pressing against the barricade. The door groaned under the weight of dozens of them. Creaking. Frames.
Hero!
No.
It was just past noon. The sun hung high and hot, turning the station into an oven. Sweat dripped down my back, soaking through my shirt. The smell was getting worse, too. A combination of Lou's blood, Talbot's corpse still alive, and something else. Something chemical and wrong that seemed to radiate from him for minutes. Then much longer, Eugene.
Fizzle!
Eugene. His voice was barely above a whisper. I don't know.
Thou shalt not escape!
Watching for any sign of change. He said maybe 15 minutes.
Thou shalt not escape!
Maybe he's fighting it. Maybe.
Thou shalt not escape!
It said before. The radio chatter. Once you were bitten. It was only a matter of time. The instruments had reached. Just slightly tilting to one side like he was listening to something we couldn't hear. His eyes remained unfocused, staring at the middle distance. Officer Lou? I called out. Can you hear me? No response. His jaw worked slowly, opening and closing. Lou sound came out. The barricade shifted. A filing cabinet scraped backward an inch, then another. The door frame splintered through. Fingers wormed through the gap, grasping blindly. It's not going to hold much longer, Eugene said. I know. And when it fails, I cut it off before he could finish the thought. Because finishing it with technology that
Much better.
those things about to break through. And technology that the keys were for.
Thou shalt not escape!
They were impossible to reach. Was already convinced.
Much better. Much better.
Was fast. Gasp. When it passed, he slumped further against the cabinet. And I saw fresh black fluid leak from his nose. Lou, I tried again. If you can still hear me, you need to push those keys closer. Just a few feet. That's all we need. His head turned toward my voice. For a second, I thought there was recognition in his eyes, understanding. But then they glazed over again, his head back against the cabinet. The TV had been silent since the emergency broadcast ended, but now it flickered back to life. A different official.
Fizzle! Fizzle!
Read from a prepared statement with shaking hands, confirming reports of infrastructure collapse in Memphis, Nashville, and Knoxville.
Thou shalt not escape!
He paused, listening to something off camera. We're now receiving
Thou shalt not escape!
significant casualties. Military bases in Jackson and Chapel reported 7% infection rates.
Much better.
Did not spot her!
In return, it was just the emergency orders again. Starting by text.
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not
Did
escape!
not spot her!
70%, Eugene said numbly. The military's gone. It's all gone. I didn't answer, couldn't, because he was right. If the military couldn't contain this, then we could. Once a new sound joined the moaning. Sirens, multiple sirens getting closer, then gunfire shot staccato, maybe 3 blocks away.
Much better.
Lasted 10 seconds.
More heal!
Silence. The moaning frenzied. They were He's a good boy. Take care, Squid. His hand dropped. Someone had to serve this. I promise. His gaze shifted to me. She was...
Thou shalt not escape!
The words hit me harder than I expected. After all those hours of guilt, of wondering if I'd killed an innocent person.
Much better. Much better.
Something inside me. Thank you. I managed. He tried to say something else, but it came out as a wet gurgle. More black fluid poured from his mouth, and he coughed, spraying it across the floor. When the coughing fit ended, he was breathing faster, shallower. Keys, he gasped, looking down at them. Can. With my arms. Can. He tried to reach for them.
Thou shalt not escape!
Slaughter!
Ray had spread down to his fingertips. I could see the veins in his hand standing up against his skin.
Much better. Ha!
You did enough. You built the barricade. You gave us a chance. His eyes fell wide. There was such pain in them. Physical
Much
pain,
better.
something the pain of a man who'd sworn to protect me. Was about to become the very thing they needed protection from. Kids.
Thou shalt not escape!
A tear rolled down his cheek, cutting a clean line through the gray. The doorframe cracked louder. The top hinge tore completely free. The door tilted at a dangerous angle. The barricade held it in place, but barely. Desks and filing cabinets were sliding backward with each impact, scraping across the floor in inches. How long do we have? Eugene asked. To the barricade, the way it shifted.
Much better.
Maybe less. And then we figure out how to get those keys and arm ourselves before they get to us. That's not the plan. That's suicide.
Hero!
You got a better idea? He didn't answer. Lou's breathing changed. It became ragged.
Much better.
Each breath sounding like it was being drawn through broken glass. His whole body tensed, muscles going rigid. And I knew...
Much better.
I said urgently, listen to me. Listen. You need to kick those keys with your feet. Push them toward my cell. Keys that was legs.
Not today.
His right foot twitched, scraping against the floor. That was it. He lost control. Can't, he whispered.
Much better.
I can't. Another spasm racked his body. This one lasted longer, his back arching, fingers clawing at the air. Running past, he went completely limp, head lolling to the side. For 10 seconds, he didn't breathe at all. Then his chest rose, gasping inhale, and his eyes opened. They were completely gray now, no trace of color.
Much better.
Empty.
Ha!
Dead, but still moving, still tracking movement. No, Eugene breathed. Not yet.
Thou shalt not escape!
But it was too
Ha!
late. Lou, or the thing that had been Lou, pushed itself up from the floor with jerky, stiff movements. Its head turned towards
Well done!
It was no visual recognition. No humanity. It was looking directly at me. It took a step forward, stood itself on a desk, its hand on its chest. From the light, and I had to look away. The barricade chose to fail. It stayed with a crash that made both Eugene and I jump. Filing cabinets toppled. Desks slid across the floor. Through the opening poured the infected. 5 of them at first. Then
Much
10.
better.
Then too many to count.
Not today.
They spilled into the station like water through a broken dam, tripping over the debris, over each other.
Much better.
Never stopping, always moving forward. The thing that had been Lou turned toward them. For a second, I thought it might attack them. It might give us some kind of opening. But they ignored each other completely. Moved around each other without conflict, without interaction. All of them focused on the same thing. Us. Back of the cell, I shouted at Eugene. Get as far back as you can. We both pressed ourselves in.
Not today.
The infected swarmed into the station. The moaning was deafening now, echoing off the walls.
Thou shalt not escape!
Not Slaughter!
To the chemicals and something sweet that made me stop turning. Then set fingers.
Thou shalt not escape!
Reached on the cell first, grabbed the bars and shook them, making the whole wall rattle. When that didn't work, work, it pressed its face between the bars, jaw snapping, trying to reach me even though I was 8 feet away. More joined it. They packed themselves against the stone wall. I was reaching through, fingers grasping. I counted 6, then 8.
Thou shalt not escape!
Do not falter!
There were too many. Eugene's cell was getting the same treatment. He was screaming now, incoherent terror as they pressed against his bars, reaching for him, moaning that horrible sound. The thing that had been almost to the crowd without being molested, and walked right past a dozen infected
Thou shalt not escape!
making its way toward my cell with that same jerky, stiff gait. It stopped at the bars,
Much better!
tilted its head.
Thou shalt not
Something
escape!
in that gesture, something in the way it looked at me, was so familiar that I had to remind myself that Lou was gone. Then it reached through the bars with both arms. There was nothing familiar about it anymore. Just hunger. Just that relentless need to feed. I pressed myself harder against the back wall, but there was nowhere else to go. The infected packed the cell wall 3 deep now, all reaching. Some of them were so badly damaged they could barely stand. Missing limbs, gaping wounds, bones showing through torn flesh. They kept coming anyway.
No mercy!
The keys
No!
the station, surrounded by infected feet. Impossible to reach now, even if I could get myself open. We were going to die in here, trapped, helpless, while those things slowly figured out how to get through the bars. Then I saw it. One of the infected, a thin figure with stringy hair, stepped on the key ring. Its full collar moved forward and grabbed the keys with him. Eugene, the keys, that has the keys. We weren't so I was talking about it. The infected pulled the keys maybe 3 feet before
Much better!
3 feet closer. 3 feet that might make a difference. How do we get it? Eugene asked. I don't know. We need to... I stopped. Stared at the
Thou
infected.
shalt not escape!
At the way they all pressed toward the back where I was standing. We need to move them. What? They follow movement. Sound. They're attracted to us. I looked at Eugene. If we move to the front of our cells, they'll follow. Clear out the middle. And then what? We're still locked in here. One problem at a time. I moved to the front corner of my cell, as close to the bars as I dared. Sure enough, the infected shifted, following me. The thing that had been Lou moved with them, pressing itself.
Thou shalt not escape!
Please, no!
Eugene did the same in his cell. The infected swarmed to the front, backing themselves against the bars, reaching for us. But it cleared the middle of the station. I could see the keys were
Much better!
maybe 4 feet from us. Okay, I started breathing. I moved. Eugene looked up, at the keys.
Hero!
Chance of survival. The barricade wasn't completely gone. Some filing cabinets still weren't part of the doorway. The infected were pushing through, climbing over the debris, adding to the crowd already inside. The station was filling up fast. Through the broken window, I could see Main Street. Bodies everywhere.
More heal!
Some standing, some lying still. Smoke.
Do not falter!
Cars burning. The entire world reduced to chaos and death in less than 6 hours. The thing that had been
Much better!
was with both hands and pulled. The metal groaned but held. It pulled harder, and I heard something crack. Not the bars, something in its arms. Bones breaking. But it didn't stop. Didn't seem to feel it.
Thou shalt not
Just
escape!
kept pulling
Please,
with
no!
inhuman strength. The bars
Fizzle!
Eugene said. We need to do something now.
More heal!
I could see the walls connected to the flames throughout the streets, to the concrete around the melting points beginning to crack. Given enough time and force,
Thou shalt not escape!
I looked at the keys again, looked at the weapon locker on the far wall, past the massive
Thou shalt not escape!
No!
cell just like me, and I made a decision. I'm going to try to reach the keys.
Thou shalt not escape!
Your cell door.
No!
I can reach through the bars. If I lay flat, get my arm through at the bottom, I might be able to hook them. You'll never reach that far. It's got to be 4 feet. 3.5, maybe less. I was already moving. Dropping to the floor, pressing my face against the concrete. The infected above me went into a frenzy, reaching down, trying to grab my clothes. I could feel fingers brush my back, could hear them moaning louder. I shoved my arm through the gap at the bottom of the bars, stretched as far as I could, shoulders screaming in protest. My fingers brushed empty air about 2 feet short of the keys. Damn it! I pulled back and something grabbed my sleeve. I yanked hard, heard federal tear. Got free. It's too far.
Much better.
Do not slaughter!
There has to be a way. I turned my soul desperately.
Much better.
Do not slaughter!
The thin mattress on the bench. Nothing I could use to extend my reach. Then I saw
Thou shalt not escape!
still lying where we had shown him. His duty belt was still attached, radio and baton dangling from it. The baton, I said. If I can get that baton, I can use it to pull the keys closer.
No!
The baton. It's 15 feet away, and there's 24 of those things between you and it. I don't know yet, but it's the only chance we've got. A crash from Eugene's cell made me turn. One of the bars had torn partially free from the wall, tilting inward at a dangerous angle. The infected were pulling on it, working it back and forth, widening the gap. My cell's failing. Eugene backed away from the bars. They're going to get through. He was right. The bar was coming loose, and when it did, they'd have access. They'd take them out to fit through the gap, but they'd get in eventually. And when they did, Eugene was dead. I looked at my own cell. The bars were holding back.
Much better.
The thing that had been moved was still pulling on them with mechanical persistence. Given enough time, my cell had failed too.
Much better. Not today.
I shouted at the phone near some of the bars, knowing it was useless. I slowed myself. If you can hear me, if there's anything
Thou shalt not escape!
push the keys, that's all you have to do. Just push them toward the cell. It stopped, tilted its head, and for a second I thought I saw something in those dead eyes. Recognition, understanding. Then it grabbed the bars and resumed pulling, and I knew it was truly gone. The bar in Eugene's cell tore completely free. It fell to the floor with a clang, leaving a gap maybe 8 inches wide. The infected immediately started pushing through. Their
Thou shalt not escape!
the opening. No! Eugene grabbed the loose bar and tried to wedge it back into place, but they were pushing too hard. He couldn't hold them. I had to do something, had to try. I grabbed the bench in my cell, a solid metal frame bolted to the floor, and put my weight on it. It didn't budge, but the mattress on top was held in place by thin straps. I pulled it loose, pulling the mattress free, pulled it into a tight cell. It was hard enough to reach the keys, maybe it could reach Tom's body. Reach the baton. The infected in front of my cell, packed too tight for me to reach through the bars at standing height. But at the bottom, where I'd tried before, there was slightly more room. If I could just... Hurry! Eugene screamed. One of the infected had gotten its head and shoulders through the gap in the cell. He was holding it back with the loose bar, but barely. I dropped to the floor again, shoving the rolled mattress through the gap at the bottom of the bars. Pushed it as far as I could.
Thou shalt not escape!
And toward Tom's body. Not far enough. I was still 3 feet short. I pulled it back and tried a different angle. This time I got it within 2 feet of the body. Close enough that if I unrolled it, an infected stepped on the mattress.
Hero!
Pinned it to the floor, and when I pulled, it wouldn't budge. Damn it. Move. I yanked harder. The infected stumbled, falling through its legs. The mattress came free, as far as it would go, creating a fabric path that almost reached the ground.
No mercy!
Eugene began kind of busy. He was still fighting the infected, trying to squeeze through his bars. It had gotten through him, grasping at it.
Much better! Not today!
Your mattress, your bench, anything you can push through the bars. He looked at me like I was crazy, but then he understood. If we could create 2 paths for ourselves that met in the middle, we might be able to move the keys between us. Get them close enough for one of us to reach. Eugene
Much better.
was fighting the infected for a moment, turning to tear his mattress free. The infected immediately surged forward, getting its shoulder.
Thou shalt not escape!
But Eugene was faster. He rolled his his cell, angling it toward mine. The two mattresses formed a rough V shape, the points almost touching in the middle of the station. But they still weren't connected. We needed something to bridge the gap. Wait, Eugene said. My jacket. He stripped off the paint-stained jacket and wadded, using the bar to push it through the gap in his cell. It fell on the floor between our two mattresses.
No mercy!
We used the mattresses to find the keys out of the jacket. Then we pulled the jacket to our cells. It was
No mercy!
insane. There was no air. I pulled my mattress back, adjusted the angle, and shoved it forward again. This time I aimed for the keys, trying to knock them down. The jacket at the edge of the mattress missed by inches. Eugene was fighting the infected again. It had gotten both arms through now and was pulling itself forward, jaw snapping. He brought the bar down on its head hard enough to crack bone. But it kept coming. I tried again, shoved the mattress forward, swept it in an arc, felt it connect with something solid. The keys moved, slid 6 inches across the floor, closer to Eugene's jacket. Yes! I pulled back, tried again. Another sweep, another 6 inches. The keys were on the jacket now. Eugene, pull your jacket toward you.
Thou shalt not escape!
He was using both hands to fight the infected now. There were 2 of them pushing through his cell, and he could barely hold them back. I had to do it from my side. I decided to jacket off the mattress and pull it toward my cell. I angled the mattress, shifted forward, trying to the edge of the jacket. The fabric caught. I pulled carefully, and the jacket moved an inch, then another. I was pulling toward Eugene's cell. I was dragging it the wrong direction. I repositioned, tried from a different angle. This time the jacket moved sideways, parallel to both cells, still not close enough for either of us to reach. The infected in Eugene's cell had gotten its head through. Eugene brought the bar down on it repeatedly, but it wouldn't stop. Wouldn't die. Wanted worse than this. We can't hold them, I screamed. I swept the mattress again, harder this time. The jacket skidded across the floor. Keys jammed. I stopped 2 feet from my cell. Close enough. I dropped to the floor, shoved my arm through the bars at the bottom, stretched until my shoulder felt like it would disappear.
Much better!
My fingers brushed the jacket fabric. Almost. I pressed my face against the concrete, flattening myself as much as possible. I stretched again. This time my fingers were on the edge of the jacket. I pulled carefully, felt it sliding toward me, inch by inch.
Thou shalt not escape! Not today!
Eugene's eye clattered to the floor. The infected surged through the gap in the cell with a scrambled backward, pressing himself into the corner. I got it, I shouted, fingers closing on the keyring. I got the keys. I pulled my arm back through the bars, the metal scraping my skin raw. But I had them. The keys were in my hand. I stood fumbling.
Fizzle!
Through the cell door. There had to be a dozen keys, all different sizes and shapes. Eugene was screaming. The infected
Much better!
reaching for them, jaws snapping. He kicked at them, punched them. There were too many. I found a key in the drawer, shoved it into my cell with shaking hands. It didn't turn. Wrong key. This
Thou shalt not escape! Not today!
Under a mass of bodies. His screaming changed pitch, became something primal and terrifying.
Thou art a hero indeed!
Fit, turned. The lock clicked open. The sound was swirling. I stepped in the down. I stepped out of the cell. 3 of them turned toward me. I had a leak. Grabbed Todd's baton and swept the nearest infected. One connected with its skull with a red crack. It dropped. I trembled the cable ring. I backed toward the locker, fumbling with the keys while swinging one-handed. The jaw missed the other. I grabbed my shirt, pulled me off balance. I fell backward against the locker and its face was right there. Gray skin, dead eyes, jaw opening wide. I jammed the baton into its mouth.
I cannot fall!
Its teeth scraped. Water fluid dripped onto my hands. With my other hand,
Fizzle!
its key, shoved it into the running locker. The door swung open, shotgun, right there. I dropped the baton, grabbed it, fired
Much better!
into the infected's face. It dropped. I was already pumping, turning, firing at the next one. The
Thou shalt not escape!
Instantly, didn't fall. Head, I screamed. Shoot the head. I adjusted and fired again. The infected skull had swallowed. The child screaming had stopped. I turned to the sun. And his body jerked. I saw it searched it.
Thou shalt not today!
I fired into the mass. Dropped. I fired again. Another fell. It was too late.
This cannot be!
His eyes stared at nothing, turning milky and gray. I'd failed him. Been seconds too slow. The thing that had been Lou turned toward me, faster than the others, more aggressive. I raised the shotgun, couldn't pull the trigger. This was the moment. The cop tried to protect us. The hesitation almost killed me. It closed the distance
Thou
fast.
shalt not escape!
The shotgun to block its reaching hands. Its strength was incredible. Pressing down on the barrel, I pulled the trigger.
No
Almost
mercy!
caught it in the shoulder strap. And it didn't fall, just turned back. I'm sorry, I whispered. Then aimed for the head of it.
Well done!
The thing that
Hero!
collapsed. An 8-10. Hit the sword with its legs.
Ah!
Cut through the broken barricade. The shotgun flipped empty. Grabbed Shannon's page.
Hero!
Dropped half of them. Wounded 4, then grabbed a pistol instead. I lined up the sights.
Much better!
The recoil supports sent the shot high. Of the second connected. Center of the forehead, it dropped. 3 more pushed through. I fired firmly. 2 dropped. The third took 2 rounds. The pistol flipped empty. I reloaded, and that's when I heard it. Pounding from the back. The brake.
Much better!
Help!
Did not spot her!
In there, please. They're everywhere. I looked at the front entrance path with infected.
Much better!
I looked at the back door. Looked at Eugene's body. Every
More
instinct
heal!
to stay put. That voice, desperate human. I grabbed the shotgun, loaded it, and ran toward the back. Many of you, I shouted. 3. There's 3 of us. Please, they're coming. I yanked the door open. The man started running. Behind me, maybe a dozen infected in the area turned toward the woman. And suddenly, I fired across the
Much better!
and slammed the door shut through the daylight. Amazing to know immediately. The front, one woman shouted. Young, maybe 20 years old.
Much better!
We had gone at the front. The front's worse, I said, moving back. We need to. I stopped. The main room was full of them.
Thou shalt not escape!
Filling every inch.
Hero!
Eugene, others milling around. And they all turned toward us at once. I said back.
Thou art a hero! This cannot be!
The older woman, 40-something, wearing scrubs, grabbed a rifle. The man took a pistol. The young woman froze. Can you shoot? I asked her. She shook her head, tears streaming. Then get behind us. The infected advanced. I fired the shot.
No mercy!
Dropped it and grabbed the rifle. Fired until that was empty too. The woman in scrubs was shooting. Controlled bursts dropping infected one by one. The man was firing one away. There were too many. For every one we dropped, one would push through. The station floor was covered in bodies. We can't hold this.
Not today!
There's nowhere to go. The cells, the doors are still intact. She was right. The cell was still secure. Go. I fired the call. Get in my cell. I ran. The young
Much
man
better.
stayed with the man. And Scrub stayed with me, firing methodically, dropping 3.
Thou shalt not escape!
Your turn. She said,
Not
grabbing
today!
my arm. We ran together, firing pistols behind us, made it to the cell and scrambled inside. The man pulled the door shut, and I locked it. The infected swarmed the bars immediately, but they held. We were safe. For now, the 4 of us collapsed against the back wall, breathing hard. The young woman falling asleep. The man staring hollow-eyed.
Please,
The woman in
no!
scrubs checking her ammunition. Thank you, she said quietly, for opening.
Thou shalt not escape!
Most people aren't trapped in a police station with a horde of zombies, I said. Zombies? She laughed bitterly. Guess that's what they are. Now,
Much better!
there.
Hero!
The city's gone. Maybe the whole state. She said,
Much better. Ah!
So, maybe 30 minutes. I'm chilling at the outlet cell, voice shaking. Wasn't school. We just started biting each other in their hand. The man didn't introduce himself. Just sat there staring. I checked
Much better.
2 bullets in the pistol. Maybe half a box of shells scattered across the floor. Not enough. Outside the cell, the infected continued.
Do not
Most
falter!
had given up, wandering aimlessly or feeding on Eugene. But a dozen remained focused, pulling on the bars, testing them. The sun was setting. Orange and red light.
Much better.
7 p.m. 12 hours since I hit that one. 12 hours since the world ended.
Fizzle!
We can't stay
Do
here.
not
He said.
falter!
When it gets dark, there'll be more. This station's going to be packed. So what do you suggest? We wait until they thin.
More heal!
Early morning. Then
Oh!
run where? She didn't have an answer. The man finally spoke. His voice was flat, dead. Doesn't matter. I would die anyway. Sure, Julie said.
Not today!
Something. My wife was alive. My daughter was alive. Watch them turn into those things.
Thou shalt not escape!
What was there to say? We'd all lost people. Being alive just meant we got to watch longer. The infected outside suddenly went quiet.
Much better.
They stopped.
Hero!
They stopped pulling. Just stood there swaying. What are they doing?
Thou shalt not escape!
Then, as one, they turned toward the front entrance and shuffled out. Within a minute, the station was nearly empty.
Much better.
Where are they going? They moved to the bars. Through the window, I could see them streaming down Main Street. Hundreds, maybe thousands, all moving with apparent purpose. Something's drawing. I said. An explosion. Distant but massive. The windows rattled. Car alarms started blaring. Military, Riley said. They're bombing the city. We moved to the high window. To the east, a massive fireball rose into the darkening sky. Black smoke billowed up. They're trying to contain it. We continue.
Much better.
Julie asked. No, this isn't something you can put away. Anyone who dies becomes one of them. Another explosion closer. The building shook.
Please, no!
We need to leave, I said. The station won't survive if they keep bombing. Leave and go where? The man asked. We find a vehicle, drive out of the city, head for the countryside. Riley checked her rifle. I've got family in Nashville. If they're still alive. They're not.
Much better.
Do
Oh!
not falter!
She was small, but her voice was strong. I don't
Much
care
better.
how hopeless it seems. I'm not giving up. My mom's out there, and I'm...
Do not falter!
Your mom's probably one of them now, the man said. Julie slapped him hard. Don't you dare take away my home. It's all I have
Not
left.
today!
He touched his
Ah!
chin. Then something in his face cracked, and he started crying. Deep sobs that shook his whole body. Riley put a hand on his shoulder. Just sat with him. I moved back to the bars. Eugene's body was still there.
Fizzle!
Twitching, fingers flexed. I raised my pistol and fired. I shot to the temple. The movement stopped. I'm sorry, you deserved better. The station was mostly quiet except for distant explosions. We waited till midnight, I said. Give the infected time to spread out. Then we
Thou shalt not escape!
We settled in to wait. Riley found protein bars and distributed them. Stale and tasteless, but we ate them. The man finally introduced himself. Zach, my name's Zach. I'm sorry for what I said about your mom. He added, looking at Julie. It's okay. Don't scared. The hours crept by. 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m.
Fizzle!
The infected at the station suddenly went still again. Then they turned and shuffled out. Now, I said, this is our chance. We unlocked the cell and stepped out carefully. The station was almost empty. Just 3 infected remaining, 2 damaged to the roof. I put them down with headshots, then searched for ammunition. Found 2 boxes of shells. Seen through keys. They said, jingling the set for these days. For the cruiser, I thought. We moved to the entrance, stepping over bodies. The cruiser was right there. The engine turned over when Riley tried the key. Get in! I covered them with the shotgun. Riley
Thou shalt not escape!
Over a body and accelerated. The infected gave chase, but we were faster. We drove through the ruined city, leaving around abandoned cars and overrun infected. Riley drove with both hands tied. Zack navigated. Julie pressed her face against the window, looking for her mother. I watched the station disappear in the side mirror.
Much better!
Police reports about the worst 12 hours of my life, where I watched good people die. We killed from the first day.
Hero!
Also, survived. And saved 3 people. Where I maybe redeemed myself. We hit the city once at midnight. Exactly 12 hours since the last time.
Heal!
No!
Somewhere out there were more survivors.
Much better!
Infected.
Not today!
Where to? Riley asked. I looked at the 3 of them. At Zack still breathing.
Please, no!
Still alive, and Riley still fighting. At my new family. I said, away from the cities, we find somewhere defensible. You think there's a way to this? Zack asked. I thought about Larry, Eugene, and the one-eyed hitters.
Thou shalt not escape!
Dead in 12 hours. No, I said honestly. I don't think this ends.
Mid-heal!
This is how the world is now. We're still alive. That has to mean something. Riley nodded slowly. It means we keep going.
Thou shalt not escape! Not today!
1 hour at a time. Julie called. 1 minute if we have to. Professor's hands cut through the darkness as we drove, leaving the world silently. Suddenly, some of us were dead.
Much better!
Was dead. The old world was dead, but we were alive. And as long as we were alive, there was still a chance, still a reason to fight. The dashboard clock read 12 p.m. New day. I loaded shells into the shotgun while Riley drove into the darkness. 12 hours in hell had taught me everything about this new world. It was violent, terrifying, unforgiving, but it was survivable. And that's exactly what I intended to do.
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape!
Hero!
Thou shalt not escape! Not today! Thou shalt not escape!
Hero!
I cannot fall! Much better! Thou shalt not escape!
Do not falter!
Oh!
Please, no!
Mid-heal! No mercy! Ha! Much better! Ah! Ha! Much better! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Not today! Not today! Much better. No mercy! Ha! Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Much better.
Do not falter!
Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Much better. Ha! Thou shalt not escape! Not today! Thou shalt not escape!
Hero!
No mercy! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Ha! More heal! Ah!
Hero!
Thou shalt not escape! Not today! Ah! Ah! Fizzle! Much better. Much better.
Please, no!
Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Much better.
Thou art a hero indeed.
Fizzle!
Hero!
Thou shalt not escape!
Oh no!
Fizzle! Ha!
Did not spot her!
Much better.
Hero!
No mercy! More heal!
Please, no!
Much better. Not today. Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Much better.
Well done!
Much better.
Have care.
Much better.
Have care.
Much better. No mercy. Ha! Fizzle! Thou shalt not escape me!
Hero!
Much better. Thou shalt not...
Hero! No!
Not today! Much better. Not today!
Do not falter!
Not today! Ha!
Please, no!
Much better. Much better. Fizzle! No mercy. Ha!
Please, no!
More heal. Ha! Much better. Ha! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! I cannot fall.
Please, no!
Much better. Not today. More heal. Ha! Ha! Ha!
Do not falter!
Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Ha! Ha! No mercy!
Do not falter!
Ha! More heal! Ha! Fizzle!
Do not falter!
Ha! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! Ah! Thou shalt not escape! More heal! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! Ha! Fizzle! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not today! Ha! Ha!
This cannot be!
No mercy! Much better. More heal!
Do not falter!
More heal! No mercy! Ha! Fizzle! Not today! Thou shalt not escape! Ah! Thou shalt not escape! Much better. Not today. Much better. Much better. Much better.
Well done! Do not falter!
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape!
Do not falter!
More heal! Ha! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! More heal!
Hero!
Ha! Ha!
Hero!
More heal!
Please, no!
No mercy! Not today! Thou Thou shalt not escape!
No!
Much better. Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Oh!
Have care!
Much better. More heal.
Have care! Please, no!
Much better. More heal. More heal. Not today.
Hero!
Much better. Much better. Ha! Thou shalt not escape!
So close.
Fizzle!
Do not falter!
Much better. Ha! 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 Ha!
Have care!
Ah! More heal!
Hero!
More heal! More heal!
Please, no! Hero!
Much better.
Please, no! Please, no! Hero!
Much better. Ha! Ah! Ha! Much better. Ha! Much better.
Hero!
Not today.
Well done!
Fizzle! No mercy! Not today! No mercy! Ha! Ha! Ha!
Do not falter!
Fizzle!
Please, no!
More heal!
Hero!
More heal!
Hero!
More heal! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Ha! Much better! Much better!
Please, no! Please, no!
Much Much better. Much better.
Do not falter!
More heal!
Please, no!
More heal!
Please, no! Oh, no!
Ah! Much better.
Please, no!
Much better. Ah! Much better.
Hero!
Ha! Oh!
Hero!
Much better.
Oh, no!
More heal! Ha! Much better. Oh!
Please, no!
More heal! Oh!
Please, no!
Much better.
Do not falter!
Ha!
This cannot be! Do not falter! Hero!
Much better. Ha! Not today. Ha! Fizzle! Ha!
This cannot be!
Thou shalt not escape! Ah! Ha!
Oh, no!
More heal! Not today! Ha! Ha! Much better.
Hero!
Ha! Not today! Fizzle! Fizzle! Much better.
Please, no!
Ha! Ha! Fizzle! No mercy!
Do not falter!
Thou shalt not escape! Thou shalt not escape!
Hero!
Ha! Ha! More heal! Fizzle! No mercy! Much better! Thou shalt not escape! Much better! Ha! shalt not escape! Ha!
Do not falter!
Much better! Ha! Ha! Thou shalt not escape!
No!
Fizzle! No mercy! Not today! Ha! Ha! Thou shalt not escape! Ha! Ha! Not today!
Thou art a hero! Have care! Hero!
Ha! Fizzle!
No!
More heal!
Hero!
escape! Much better.
Healthcare.
Thou shalt not escape!
Do not falter! Please, no!
Much better.
Please, no!
Thou shalt not escape! Much better.
Do not falter!
shalt not escape! Ha! Ha! Ah! Much better. Thistle! Oh! Much better. Ha! Much better. Thou shalt not escape! Much better.
Well done! Hero!
Thou shalt not escape!
Hero!
Ah!
No!
More heal! Ha! Ah!
No!
More heal! Fizzle!
Hero!
Much better. Ha! Much better. Thou shalt not escape!
Hero!
Thou shalt not escape!
Thou art a hero indeed. Have care. Have care.
Not today! Much better!
Have care. Bravo!
indeed.
Not today!
Thou art a hero indeed. Well done.
Not today!
Oh no.
Not today! More heal! More heal!
Oh no. Oh
Thou shalt not escape! I cannot fall!